Now we're live. But bam, bam, bam. Josh is getting on now. Ah, crazy. Perfect timing. Creepy timing,
Wow.
actually. A little uncanny timing. Is he in? Not quite yet, but we'll add him as I recap.
Just got home.
Okay, so recapping, people. Last session, the five of you together made your way off of Shinyu's island after resting and playing an icebreaker game that took a long time, but it was surprisingly fun. You all found yourself stopped by the Dao tribe of the East and taken prisoner for daring to enter their territory and exit what they considered to be their temple. You all learned that Ahura is seemingly part of a tribe himself. Not exactly sure, probably, what tribe he's from, if not the Dao. And Ahura led the main part of the parley with the Dao leaders, speaking in a language most of you guys can't understand. Hello!
You're twinning.
Super perfect timing, Josh. Threats against your group were levied, and Ahura attempted to make a deal with the chief, one that avoids any of your deaths. The chief desired you all to step into Shinyu's temple, which had been closed for as long as they'd known it. And you guys coming out of it was a definite surprise to everyone there. They wanted you guys to bring them something within that temple, something they called a Thorns Heart. And that Thorns Heart being something that would give them power over their enemies, namely Tal. They brought out a prisoner who they claimed to be an expert. You guys found her to be named Inala, red-headed half-elven girl, who'd been captured on her way to the temple as she had been intending to retrieve the Thorns Blade herself, for whatever reasons she herself carries. After much talk, the conclusion Ahura came to with the chief was an offer for the relic, the Stygian, which is presently around Karhale's neck. And Karhale, you presently have a -1 to your strength modifier for until you take a long rest because of the failed attempt to remove the Stygian. You can attempt again, but it will negatives may or may not stack. After much talk, okay, so the Stygian was given in exchange for all of your freedom, which the chief, with a high CH roll from Ahura, the chief agreed with wariness to giving you guys till the next day to see if the Stygian actually comes into their hands and whether or not he thinks it's worth letting you guys go for. You are imprisoned presently-ish and firmly invited to some entertainment for the evening. Ahura and Konari, you guys were challenged by the chieftain's right hand, Baulo, and a man known as called Bones. Our monk and druid win in a landslide, earning the respect of the tribesmen around, as well as Baulo losing face a bit as he tried to end the fight before he could be beaten entirely, which was a bad idea on his part. The rest of you have been left unattended for the most part. Karhale is unfortunately trapped in letting the shaman woman work on the Stygian, trying to figure it out, and which hasn't been progressing very well. She's been rolling 2s and 3s. Nonetheless, Nemo, Atoll, and Inala are outside the fighting ring. Nemo has bespelled the translator and is now walking out to the supplies tents with that man. His name was Zalu. Starting with Nemo.
I'd like to seduce him.
Okay, roll to seduce, Nathan. What's it called? Yeah, starting with Nemo. You've walked away from the fight. You don't know the outcome. And you are presently walking alongside this sort of bumbling translator who's definitely the kindest of individuals that you've met so far that are from the Dao.
Mhm.
He is similarly painted in white. He is thinner than the others, a little bit smaller in stature. Um, he has sunken bags under his eyes, a little bit sallow in skin tone from the skin that you can see, um, but seems to be in good health. Beyond that, he is kind of his eyes are darting around a little bit nervously as you're following him, and he's kind of like, I don't know if I want to be seen with this guy right now, but walking you to the supplies tents nonetheless. So you guys come to the tent flap, and he goes, this is where our tea is kept. Is that what you wanted to look at? The different flavors that we carry?
Yes, yes, thank you. It was black tea with Carhala help me.
You
Carl,
don't remember?
No,
Do you
black tea.
remember?
It was black tea with something.
Roll a history check. It was like orange or cinnamon.
Orange marmalade.
No. Roll me
Black
a
tea.
history check.
Roll a
actually,
history check,
it was-
Nemo.
I'll tell you.
Literally 2 minutes ago. Literally
You
2
already
minutes ago.
forgot, Nemo?
Exactly.
Wow. This goes to show.
I'm being bullied.
Side note, guys, I rolled my d20s before we started, and they're all under 10.
1.
You don't know.
You're getting plain black tea.
Come on.
If you don't know what you want, I suppose we could go back to the arena where you should more likely, well, you should be.
No. Of course. Black tea. Dude, it should be fine with black tea. I mean, beggars
I'm
can't
not-
be choosers, right?
I honestly do not know the types of tea that we have. You can look if you'd like, and he kind of opens the tent flap, goes inside, and you guys, if you follow him, you'll see basically a shelf with different bundles of wrapped cloth around black leaves and stuff, browned, black, some green or so, but a bunch of little bundles in this little shelf, in these little separate holes. Each of them are labeled in a language you don't read.
Okay. Is that the entire? So it's just like a storage room. Almost?
That's what he leads you to. Beyond that, there are barrels and boxes and shelves, piles of things and whatnot. Anything that you might find in a tribe's supply tent. You
Okay.
see like rope and stuff in one corner. You see what look to be tools of agriculture in another corner. For the most part, you see different types of food in different barrels and such.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna try and find what I can seem to be black tea. Does it look like where they prepare foods and stuff is in another sort of tent, or?
Yeah. It's definitely in a different tent where they prepare the food.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just attempt to find.
You can just choose which one you want. I'm not really sure what exactly you're looking for, but these are the different teas. Most of them have more of an herbal use than a other purpose. We don't drink tea for taste.
Herbal use sounds pretty good. So what can I
You may choose
decipher?
one. I don't want anyone to know we were taking from there.
Oh, we can't. What are those things called? The suicide drinks, or we mix like 15 of them.
Sure, kill yourself accidentally.
Okay, so what can I decipher from my?
You have no idea what the labels are. Looking at them, honestly, I don't think you would have any basis for any knowledge to tell what kind of leaves any of them are. I don't think I'm gonna let you roll for it. Okay, actually, go ahead and roll at a disadvantage a nature check.
Nature. Okay.
Disadvantage.
Oh, not bad.
So just be luck of the draw.
11.
11. Okay. Looking at it, some are black, some are brown. There seems to be more of the top shelf of black teas than there are of the brown, and then the other assorted colors on the bottom, bottom
So the
shelf.
black all looks the same, though? All the black leaves look the same?
The black looks all the same, and there looks to be a lot of the black teas. Whatever exactly that they do, you do not know.
So, just to be like, make sure Carhally likes it and all, would you be willing to taste test it for me after I make this?
No, absolutely not.
Do you not normally drink the teas when they make them?
Well, I just don't really like tea. And unless I am sick and dying in need of some sort of healing potion or anything that the shaman gives, I would rather avoid it.
Okay. What is the tea they make least of all?
Probably. And he motions at the bottom one, and he goes, that one is called Yellow Rust. I don't know exactly what it does.
Okay. I will go then and just get a pitcher, I guess, or like a bucket or something, and just get probably...
He will not let you take a bucket. He'll just tell me which one you choose, and I will go have it made.
Oh. Just the black one at the top? Sure, I guess.
Far left, far right, doesn't matter.
I mean, they're all the same, maybe?
They're different. They're all labeled differently, at least.
Oh, I thought you said they all
You
look
just can't really tell the difference between them. Like, you don't have herbalist eyes kind of thing.
Okay.
If Carhale were here, it might have been a different story. It's literally just you looking at leaves. Like, they all look the same.
Whichever leaf looks the most, like, bland. Like, the least pretty leaf.
Okay. So you point at the least pretty leaf on the shelf. You don't have to roll for that. We'll just say there's a very ugly leaf on that shelf. And so he goes ahead and grabs it, and he kind of looks at it, squints at it, just kind of like narrowed, unsure what it is kind of gaze, and looks at you as he walks away. He goes, go back to the arena, and I will have this back there. And he kind of disappears off. He takes you out of the supply tent, though, as he
That's fine.
leaves.
Okay. Am I then in the center of the camp?
You're near the center, yeah.
And
There
he's left
are
me?
there are a bunch of people kind of milling about. You see some people off to the side that are working on some sort of beading. They're just sitting, like older women sitting on the ground working on some beading. You see some people across from there working on what seems to be sharpening weapons. Other people tying bowstrings onto different bows and making piles of whatever they're doing. Everyone's doing something presently. Some people are just chilling, hanging. It's later in the night, so people are doing this by like fire, torchlight, stuff like that.
For the next 10 minutes, I'd like to just meander around and just observe, get the layout of the excuse me, the like the camp. I don't know, just literally meander.
Okay, are you attempting to be kind of low key about meandering?
Low key, but I'm not trying to hide. Like I'm not trying
Okay.
to walk in the front, like in the middle of people, but
You can either give me a stealth or persuasion check to decide if people will see you and decide to ignore you versus sending you back to you're a prisoner. So like I said before, though, the Tao, they're so confident in themselves that you guys milling about isn't a threat.
Mhm.
Some people just might decide, no.
I got a 22. So
A 22? Okay. Yeah, you mill about looking real innocent and definitely not a threat to anyone there. So they just don't question it. You literally, yeah. Walking around.
And yeah, and just
Is
until
there anything you're trying to ascertain as you go around?
if
I love the word ascertain.
like if we were like to escape, where would be the best place? Where it seems the majority of their like households are versus their main hut, war hut, kitchen, blah 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 are, and then where people seem to huddle the most, I guess.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a investigation check and
Okay.
write down these specific things that you were thinking of.
Okay. That'll be a 10 for investigation.
Okay. You go around mapping things out. And the one thing that you take away that you think you'll remember is that the best exit would probably be to the south side of the village. Because so basically the south side of the village and the east side of the village both are along the cliff side. They're basically on this plateau and at a lower level on this plateau, with the edge to the west facing the temple and the edge to the south facing elsewhere, but still the cliff. Beyond that, it goes off into a rocky kind of mountainy ranges and such, going north and west. But so the south side of the village seems like the best shot, because once you get to the cliff, then you'll be going down the cliff, and there doesn't seem to be as many on watch on that side of the village because they don't expect people to be coming in from that side. You don't know what might be beyond the village itself and where you can see, but the village perspective, the south side is the best.
Okay. And then I'll just head back to whatever once I'm done.
Okay. So he's gone for about 10 minutes, 15 minutes or so, back to Karhale and Anala. Ahura, Kanari have just finished their fight. Well, actually, just the four of you in general. Ahura, Kanari, you guys are kind of being applauded and like chest thumped in respect. And Baolo and Bones being kind of dragged off to the healers. The shaman kind of curses to herself under her breath as she's been working on you, Karhale. She's like, these idiots. Take them to Ching, or take them to Ching or her brother. I don't have time for this. I'm working on this right now. And so you see someone kind of disperse from the crowd and go off to get these other people she's mentioned. And Baolo and Bones pulled out of the arena and out onto the side. You see two more warriors basically leap into the arena and kind of square up in each other as they're talking amongst themselves, and they seem to be starting up a new fight.
I'm hopping out.
Oh yeah. You guys, sorry, they're letting you guys go. You guys are like finished and seem to be bloodied, and you've won some level of respect from these individuals. The other two seem to be squaring up on each other, though, not you guys. They're not intending to invite anyone else to this fight unless someone speaks up and whatnot.
Is this a formal invitation? I feel like this is a DM.
It is a formal invitation. Were you like wanting to take it up, Karhale? You're still being worked on, though.
Yes. I'll look up at her, and my druidic sucks, but I'll just point to myself and point to the pit and just say fight in druidic. I'm assuming I know that word.
Kind of levels a glare at you and looks at her singed hands. Roll a persuasion check.
Which one of you is a D20? Let's see. 9.
A 9. She kind of just her face kind of shudders a bit, and she doesn't even answer. Just continues working on the little Stygian itself. Inala, are you doing anything during this time?
I was just in the stands, right? Just kind of watching them both fight. right?
Yeah, you are presently in the stands. Atoll had been kind of circling around the arena. Although at this point with the crowd and stuff, you've lost sight on Atoll actually.
Okay. She's gonna want to go and fight. She's getting a little antsy. She needs to let out some stress.
So
I'm
what would
getting up
you
anyways.
how
as a
would
side
you
note.
like to level this invitation / challenge? You
I'll
see
just start
the
making.
go
What were
ahead,
you gonna
sorry.
say? I'll just start making my way to the wherever the entrance is.
No entrance. It's kind of just a
No?
bunch of like different barriers making up somewhat of a circle. You can hop in though.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and hop in.
Okay, Carhali, you see this semi-stranger Anala just leap into the arena. And the two warriors that had been like sizing each other up and one of them had started like going in to hit the other, turn back and look at you guys in question. And then look over at Ahura with question. Like, what do these children think they're doing? What does this child think she's doing?
Oh, did they actually say that to me?
Yeah. He shouts it across the way to you.
I just shrug and say, just wait till you see what she can do.
Carhale, are you getting up?
Yeah, I'm just gonna put my hand on her shoulder and say sorry, and I'm gonna sprint.
You just break away and run for
she's
it.
old. She's probably
You're
not
right
gonna be
next
able
to the thing.
catch me.
I
you're
thought it was
right next to the
Carhale.
thing.
Okay, yeah, never mind. Whoops.
I was actually wondering
I
about that
thought
myself.
you thought it was Carl.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was looking at spells, and so I was. Yeah, then I'll just kind of shrug because I don't know what she can do.
I guess we'll find out. Carhale, you leap in immediately.
I'm taking a running start just so she doesn't try to grab me. And
she does attempt, so I will give that a. It was a 3, so
okay.
Air.
Yeah, even if I roll a natural one, that's still gonna be a 4. I'm gonna, with my running start, I'm going to jump into the middle, or hopefully just right next to wherever those dudes are standing, and gonna get a little bit of a kick up some dirt. I'm going to slam my fist straight into the ground, and with that, I would like to rage as I stand up. So they see a glowing spectral bear buck up and roar behind me, and as it fades, my eyes glow green.
Awesome.
And so party started.
They turn in surprise as Anala had leapt in kind of a little bit gently, very smoothly with a grace that only elves carry. But and then Carhale just like leaps over and slams into the like close to the center of this arena. And both of them are just kind of like genuinely amused, but also piqued interest. They don't say anything as they kind of elbow each other a bit and widen out to fight you two, the two of them. And yeah, roll initiative, please.
Just as a side note, I am rolling -1 to hit.
-1 to anything, including your strength modifier. So that'll be
asking,
athletics.
Is it -1 to damage too?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. I figured it was to hit, but I wasn't sure if it was for damage too.
Sorry, this is going to be complicated numbers, but yes.
Lots of math. I'm great at math. Don't worry.
Honestly, I am not. But
no, that was a lie. I'm not good at math. I was being sarcastic.
Okay, so what did you guys roll?
17.
17. That was really nice, Carhale, and makes sense.
I've got so much adrenaline right now.
I have a natural 1, and I won't tell you the other number. Inala, what did you roll for your initiative?
So I just roll my d20, right?
Your D20, yes, and then add your initiative at the top of your character
Oh.
sheet.
13.
13. Nice. 13. And then what is your dexterity modifier actually?
Mine?
Yeah.
3.
Got you. Three and okay. So, Karhale, you are first.
Okay, I'm gonna. Which one looks bigger? What are their names? Or is
Okay.
there like a distinctive feature so I can say which one I'm hitting?
Okay, so the one in front of you, one of them looks a lot bigger than the other. And by a lot bigger, I mean about a foot of he's almost like 7.5 feet tall. The other one's about 6.5, kind of shorter for the rest of the Dao. But what's it called? The tallest one also has beads, like a ton of beads just strapped across his around his neck and kind of making his neck bulge out a bit. It's kind of like not a design you like. And then over his head he has a lot of crisscrossing black and white paint across his bald head. And so he's got the beads, and then the other guy, he's wearing a lot of what looks to be tiger pelts and everything around his body, the smaller one. So yeah, smaller one, tiger pelts, and then the larger one, the beads.
I'm gonna take a swing at the big guy.
The big guy.
Let's make this a reckless attack because I know what those are now.
Beautiful. Go ahead.
So let's see. Whew, good thing. That is 19.
19 definitely hits.
That first, good thing I made it reckless because that first one was a 1.
Oh, that is nice. Yeah. Okay, so go ahead and roll your damage. Definitely hit. And you swing your great axe and stuff, and he tries to block you with an upswing of his, but you went a little quicker than he was expecting you to, and it still slices him in the chest. What'd you roll damage?
I was just making sure.
This is to the bigger guy, right?
I was trying to remember my. I gotta add my. I keep forgetting to add my rage damage.
Mm-hmm.
So, 14 bludgeoning damage.
14. And that was to the beads guy, right?
Smash.
To the bigger one?
Yes.
Is this to the bigger one? Okay, sure thing. Do you have a bonus action you'd like to use?
Nope. My bonus action is to rage or to decide I don't want to rage. And I'm already raging. So.
Okay, Anala, you're next in the round.
Oh no. She's broken.
Oh, hold on, Rachel, you cut out a bit. Go ahead and say it again. Yes.
Okay. My Wi-Fi is terrible. Right after Karhale, runs in and she does her little, her rage thing, her eyes are glowing, and Nala just kind of says to herself, "Ooh, this is going to be a lot of fun." And then she takes out her bow and arrow and she gets into her little stance and shoots it at the smaller one.
Smaller one?
Aiming for him, yeah.
Got you. Go ahead and roll to hit. And that arrow zips through the air with a
24.
24 definitely hits. As well as, okay, so presently Karhale is not in melee with this one. She's fighting the other guy. So you do not have sneak attack on this shot. So keep that in mind. If you shoot the one that Karhale is fighting with, you will get advantage on the roll because your ally is in melee with them. And you'll be able to get your sneak attack damage on them. But go ahead and just roll your normal damage. So this is your D8, I believe, plus the modifier.
It's my D6.
Gotcha.
7 piercing damage.
7 points of damage. Beautiful. Would you like to use a bonus action?
Bonus
no,
action to turn into the BBG. Just kidding.
Exactly.
Oh, I have a quick question about Anala. Do I see if she's carrying any melee weapons?
I would say you'd have to roll perception for that.
Could I?
But just in general beforehand, we'll say that
I would have
you saw a
noted.
dagger. That's about it.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure she had something because I have extra daggers should she require one.
Mhm.
I was gonna toss her one if she didn't have any because bow and arrow is not good at close range.
no, ma'am.
Tis true. But if you stay to the edge, the ring itself is about 35 feet wide, kind of thing. So as long as she's keeping her distance, she's fine. Inala, keep in mind, if you are in melee with another person, shooting the bow at them will be at disadvantage because you're too close, basically. So if you're within 5 feet of another dude, you won't be able to use the bow as well. But moving on then, next in the line is Monsieur Beads, actually. And so he's presently with you, Karhala, and he has advantage on his roll. So he's going to roll to take the higher one.
I
and
haven't
swing that
taken
great
damage
axe
in
at
so
you.
long.
He goes,
I welcome it.
"You don't look like the rest of your friends, but you don't understand that Ahura does." What's it called? Does a 20 hit? Dirty 20.
You tell me, Liz. Does 20 hit?
It's just the way the game rolls, okay? Yeah, so that axe slams into your side, and it's like a lot of force is leveled behind that, and the muscle as he tenses and pushes it against you. You take this book is so big, I didn't like it. D12. 12 points of damage of slashing damage. Axes.
Oh wait, halved because I'm raging.
Oh, true. He does not take reckless as a side note. Since you had left him that opening, he decided to just take the opening when you did your reckless. And it's halved. Oh yeah, beautiful. And
I'm resistant, just as a side note, with my Path of the Totem Warrior, I'm resistant to all types of damage except psychic when I'm raging.
Beautiful. Kanara, you're like, huh, okay.
Killed.
When I try to kill you, I'll have to keep that in mind.
That's exactly what I was just kidding.
Okay, next in the lineup is Tiger Pelts dude. So he's actually gonna go forward. And Nala's in the distance. He's gonna go. Will he go after you? Here, I'm gonna, because you seem like more of a fun opponent, Karhale. So he goes after you. So he's gonna go reckless though. Does a 23 hit?
Yeah, that hits.
Beautiful.
I don't know.
Ooh,
Liz.
max
You tell
damage
me.
too.
Come at me,
15,
bro.
15 points of slashing damage. And he's kind of chuckling as he does so, and he goes, "She looks familiar, doesn't she, Beard?" And the other guy kind of nods at him as they're fighting over you. You do not understand this. Moving on to Karhali, it's now your turn.
Haha. So the shorter guy is within melee of me now, right?
Yes, shorter guy. They are both in melee with you now.
They're both in
shorter
melee?
guy has done a
Sweet.
reckless, so you would have advantage on him. He's leaving himself open.
Okay.
The beads man, he is not leaving himself open presently.
Okay. I'll go ahead and swing at the guy that just went reckless.
Okay.
And whew, nice. That is a math 23. Wait. 25 to hit. Sorry.
25 definitely hits. Roll damage. You pull back and everything, kind of throwing your elbow into this like slam of the great axe going backwards because the guy's flanking you. Though we don't do flanking rules.
Yeah, for the record, unless I specify otherwise, I'm going to be swinging with 2 hands, so it's a D10 instead of a D8.
Okay, sure thing.
That's max damage, Becky. So that's 10 plus 15 bludgeoning damage.
15. Beautiful. And let me write that down. And this is to the tiger pelts dude, right?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Anything else you'd like to do with your turn, love?
Nah, I'm good.
Okay, so taking a pause on the fight for a second. Ahura, Kanari, Nemo. Nemo, you're still off ambling about. Kanari, Ahura, is there anything you guys would like to be doing during this fight? Would you like to be involved? In which case, you can roll initiative.
Oh, nah, I'm gonna let them see how they handle it on their own.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be kind of like, high fiving, fist bumping Kanari, kind of, we killed it. maybe like, kind of generally talking to the people in the vicinity about the fight, but nothing that needs to actually be role played.
Gotcha. Is there anything you'd like to try to impress on people as you're talking to them, or draw information-wise from them as you're conversing with them?
How are they feeling today?
Okay. You get the general vibe from everyone you talk to that the day's actually been a pretty good day, beyond the whole random strangers being drawn as prisoners into camp thing. They actually have they were intending to have this little festival thing tonight. It's one of the nights of the fullest of moons up above, and so they were gonna have their little coming of age festival tonight, and a lot of people were looking forward to it. And yeah, Kanari, are you doing anything?
I will say she's kind of unsure, like when Ahura's trying to kind of congratulate, yada yada. She's kind of she's not used to someone after a fight being all friendly about it, so she's kind of
Yeah. Everyone's so stoic.
Then he will back off.
Your
If
home.
he realizes she's uncomfortable, he'll totally back
No,
off.
it was not. She's just she's not used to it. She's kind of oh yeah, I guess that was
Positive
cool.
reinforcement.
Yeah, positive reinforcement. What is this?
He'll still kind of keep it at a minimum. Just
Fair enough.
ease her into it.
Yeah.
Good job, Pat.
Thank you. You too. And then has the guy with the T come back yet?
T guy has not come back yet. This is presently him off with Nemo because this is all happening a little bit quicker than.
Then that's it for what I'll do right now. Yeah, she's just gonna sit there, kind of try to listen to how Karhalan and all are doing, and yeah.
Wait, whatever happened? Atoll, because Atoll put the vials of spirits, right?
She did.
I forgot about that.
As of now, you haven't gotten them back yet. Assumedly, she's still carrying them.
She has them with her. Okay, just checking.
Assumedly, maybe she put them on the ground. Kanari, start feeling around. But yes. Okie dokie. So back to Karhale and Anala. Anala, your turn in the round. What would you like to do?
Does she hear the shorter one say that I look familiar?
Not that you look familiar, but that Karhale does is who they're referring to. But you do hear it. I would say it'll be an action though to use your ability to try to understand the language.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you earlier then. For some reason I thought you were referring to me. I don't know why.
Oh, it is your turn. Oh, okay, yeah. They were talking about Karhale. She looks vaguely familiar somehow.
Yeah, I was a little confused. She's gonna slowly start walking. She's gonna start walking closer, but as she does, she's gonna draw another arrow and shoot it at the smaller one.
Smaller one, sure thing. You have advantage on that roll because he was reckless. He is leaving himself open to attacks presently, so you can take sneak attack damage on this round.
Would it be double advantage because she's also
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah, that's
yeah.
true.
rolling at
Okay,
me, and
so
he just did
go ahead
reckless
and
attack.
roll twice, take the higher one, and then you can add a
Mhm.
+2 to everything that you're gonna add to that.
And
So I
that is
roll
the
twice
moment.
and take the higher, not one.
Mhm.
This is
Correct.
the moment Rachel
Mhm.
found out that D&D is mostly just math.
Yeah. What was that like meme that you sent once, Izzy? It was like math. It's math, or was it Josh? I don't remember. But it was like math with like ad-libbing role play or
I know. I can't
acting
remember what it said.
plus something else. Sorry, go ahead. Gambling,
Yeah.
low-key gambling, something.
Yeah.
I think that was Josiah.
Math with an
I
accent.
can't remember who
I
this
thought
was.
I said to somebody.
Go ahead,
knows?
Anala. What did you? So, you took the higher one, and you add +5, I believe, to your roll, and then you can add 2 more, so 7 plus to the roll. What'd you get?
Hold on. There's no like number limit, right? 'Cause
No
this is
number
the high
limit.
one. Okay, 29.
29. Crazy.
What? Wow.
Was that a natural like 19? I can't
It
do
was-
math. I wasn't thinking math.
17, and then I
Natural
added
17.
5, and then I
plus
added
that.
the 7.
Oh, sorry. It's just 7 in all. So that would have been.
Oh, okay.
Still,
So it was
still hit.
your 5
Oh,
plus
that's
2.
really high. That's really
Yeah.
high.
Yeah.
Nevertheless,
So I was like,
Great
there's no way.
and
I was
very
like, this
high.
can't be allowed.
So you guys see Anala
At this
just
level.
calmly outside of the main like fray of itself, just kind of lower, aim carefully, and let fly as the arrow slices across, like straight up like below the neck of one, and like a bunch of blood kind of splurt out and everything. Go ahead and roll your damage, and
Yeah.
add your sneak attack damage too. So I believe that's the 2d6s on top of your normal damage.
Oh my god.
I know, right?
Rose can do a lot of damage.
12.
it's a lot of math,
12.
man.
It is a lot
So
of
that
math.
was 2d6s, right? Plus your d8 plus the your modifier, I think 4.
16.
16. Got
Nice.
you.
12.
Aaron, I like how your main complaint about playing Artificer was the math, and now you're playing Barbarian, which is like
I know.
just as much math, or maybe a little
If
less.
not more. I feel like
Well,
it's
but-
more.
It's different
Because you have rage damage
I only have one attack. Basically, it's attacking with my Warhammer, but it makes me be more creative with how I do it. So it's
Yeah.
it's a different kind of fun.
It's just funny.
Next in the
They
line
all
then-
have a lot of math. I thought this would have less math, but I was wrong.
I know, right? Okay, does 24 hit Carhale? One of them
Yes.
did go reckless. So this is Bede's man. He went reckless and he slams you with what's it called? His axe and everything. You take only 6 points of slashing damage. And then the other guy, he's the one who got sliced under the neck. He's going to turn around and realize that Anala's probably going to be more trouble than is worth leaving out of the fight. So he's going to charge you, Anala. Very aggressively, runs up to you, reckless, and slashes down across your chest.
Does
Does
Carhala get
a-
an opportunity attack?
Carhale does get an opportunity attack.
I'm actually going to attempt to sweep his legs with my hammer, and
Okay, so
whether it's hitting the back
do
of his
so-
knees.
To do so, I'll let you do it, but you will forfeit any damage that you could plausibly do to this.
That's
and it'll
fine.
be more of a contested strength. So go ahead and
Yeah.
roll strength to see
I
if
just
you
wanna
can
knock him
beat
prone.
his strength.
Okay, just a strength check.
Just a strength check. See
Okay.
if you can beat his strength.
30, 20.
Dirty 20, -1.
Yeah, that
and
was
you
-1.
still beat him. So you
No,
swipe below.
Dirty 20 was
Oh,
-1.
okay. Yeah,
I
no
rolled
worries. But you still
21.
beat him either way. And he slams down into the ground and glares back up at you. So he's going to use the other half of his movement to get up again and keep moving. He doesn't make it all the way to you though, Anala. So he's going to take his action to just dodge for the next round because he didn't make it to you in time. So next in the lineup will be Karhale.
Alrighty. So how far away did the shorter one get?
The shorter one, it's close enough for you to run to him if you want to, but you'll step out of melee with what's it called? The other dude to do so. So he'll get an opportunity attack on you if you want to go get into melee with the other dude.
Nah, she can handle herself. I'm gonna make a reckless attack with my warhammer against the beads dude who's still up in my grill.
Beads dude is up in your grill. He already took reckless 2, so you'll have double advantage or the stacked advantage here. So roll twice and add +2 to everything else that you add.
Since I already have advantage, I'm not gonna do a reckless attack.
Okay.
Yeah, I rarely don't hit with my warhammer, so I'll take the chance.
No worries.
Okay. 17.
17 hits. Roll damage. So you sweep with that axe again, and you slice at his upper arm, and he kind of growls at you as it makes purchase. What'd you get for damage?
Not fantastic. 10.
10. Got you. And not terrible either, though. 10 points, and he growls at you, and he goes, honestly, something is super familiar about this girl. To the other dude.
Yeah, she's gonna kick your butt like we did. Sorry,
that actual phrase does come from someone else who did understand him in the crowd. And they're like, yeah, they'll probably kick your butt like the other two. And he kind of growls at them from the crowd. Karhale, you don't understand any of this interaction. They're just getting angry.
Did I get any of it?
You caught girl and you caught butts. Weird words that you remember from your past and learning from your mother.
I will growl back at him. It's woman.
You say the word woman in Druidic as well as you know how, and they kind of look at you.
Probably
like,
not right.
Cheese? What about cheese? as they continue fighting with you.
Dang it.
Okay, so that was the end of your turn, correct?
Win some, lose some. Yeah.
Next in line, Anala, what would you like to do? You have this guy. He's not yet in melee with you, but he's going to be quite soon. You can still shoot at him though, if you'd like.
He's still.
Was his last attack reckless? Or no, he didn't make an attack last turn. Never mind.
Yeah, no, he took the dodge action.
Never mind.
So is he coming towards
me? He's like in the process of running at you as you're about to react. This is like a frozen moment in time, like you are presently. Okay. What would you like to do? He's not yet in melee with you. You could shoot at him. You could run if you want to, and like circle the ring or something to get out of his immediate vicinity.
Okay.
Run.
As she sees him coming towards her, she's gonna just throw her short bow aside, and she's gonna grab 2 pythons from her pocket.
Okay.
And she's gonna start running towards him too. And as she gets closer, she's gonna kind of like slide on the ground, if that makes sense. And then she's gonna take the 2 pythons and stab him into both of his feet to stick him to the ground and to make him stuck. And then right after that happens, she's gonna grab 2 of her daggers, kind of circle around.
before that, go ahead and just roll me a strength check for your
Okay.
pythons, just to see how strong you can
Pythons.
stick them in there.
What word are y'all saying?
Pythons,
Pythons.
pythons. They're basically like tent pegs
You know when you
in
rock-
essence, but
yeah.
metal. So it's
I
when you're
thought they
rock
were
climbing and you can
earphones.
stick a python in and
I-
everything,
none of
tie
that.
yourself in. It's what rogues have when their like background is thieves and stuff, because it's like for climbing equipment and everything.
I think we just
Um,
learned something about the background. Oops.
Oh, spoilers. I'm sorry.
Backstory.
She has pythons. But like my character way back when that was a rogue and stuff, Sri, the old Sri was had pythons too, and I didn't know what
Thank
they
you.
were
I
at
had
the time.
pythons. I had pythons as an artificer.
Oh, you did?
I did. I don't know why I had
Yeah,
them.
it comes with a lot of different things.
But yeah, for climbing for the most part. But you can use them for all kinds of things. So yeah. What did you roll, Inala, for your strength?
12.
12. Okay, I'm gonna write that down as you stick them into his feet, and he kind of shouts out. This won't give him damage itself, but he is now stuck to the ground where you stuck it into through his shoes, into the ground and everything. So I'll write down 12, and then so that was your fast hands, your bonus action, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then going on into your main action, what would you like to do?
As he's kind of distracted with what just happened, I'm gonna hop onto his back, take out 2 of my daggers, and just put one in each hand and just
see this
pierce
tiny
him through
girl
his
scramble up. I love it. Okay. Go ahead and roll roll at advantage, and you can take your sneak attack damage on this for your round. Because of the he's distracted and you're kind of like a little spider on his back.
A little spider.
Are you stabbing him in the head?
No, the neck. I have 2 daggers in
Oh.
both hands, and then I'm just gonna right through his jugular. You said advantage?
Advantage, so you can take your sneak attack, yes.
I thought this was more trying to knock the other out. I didn't know we were going for full kill mode.
They have healers on hand. I mean, the other guys technically would have died if you didn't have healers on hand for the Ahura/Kanari fight.
Well, I rolled a 3.
Wait. So what were your 2 rolls?
Oh wait, so I have to roll again, right?
Yes.
Okay. 2.
Oh, that is the suppression. That is the worst.
I know.
The worst thing. Okay, so plus what did you have in all? What was your whole thing? So it's +5, right? So 3, 8. Yeah. So okay, so you climb up his back and you go to stab him in the thing, in the neck, but he actually just rears back and almost like throws you off. So you like land back on your feet, like you're not knocked to the ground or anything, but you get thrown off of him to where your attack just did not stick, and it makes you growl, and you're like, oh, that was such a good shot and everything. I could have made it, but he threw you off. But good job and all. That's pretty cool thing. Pretty cool. Moving on then in the round to that was great. So he like looks at you kind of askance, actually, like that was a not expected at all kind of attack and stuff. Scrappy fighters, you know.
Just Black Widow style, just like
Literally, yeah. That's what I'm picturing with her flaming red hair and everything.
With my hair and everything.
Okay. So smaller dude, he's gonna turn it's next to you, Carholly, Beads. He's gonna turn and he'll see that out of the corner of his eye, and he's kind of like, okay, what's going on over there? But he's gonna attack you reckless, because he can. And okay, 23 to hit.
Yeah.
You take 7 points. So lame. 7 points of slashing damage as he slashes you, because he was semi-distracted and it didn't quite land as much purpose as he wanted it to. And he kind of like whacks you with the butt of the hammer just as flavor. But of the axe words. And yeah, that's his turn. Next would be the other guy. And so Anala, you see him kind of look at you and look at his feet, and he's gonna expend his action to I'll say you're in melee with him presently. He's actually not going to do that. He's just going to go whack at you, actually. So he's going to turn and whack you. Yeah. So he's going to do that, and he's going to do it reckless to attack you. So
Aren't
you
his
see
feet
that
still stuck to the ground?
his feet are, but he's in melee with her. She's in his reach. So he's not going to bother with that until she's out of his reach. But sadly, does a 10 hit, Anala. He swipes back with his axe, and you like just duck right, like immediately out of the way, like backbend Matrix style and everything. And yeah, that's his turn. Even with advantage, he rolled a 5 and a 4. So anyone who attacks him next round will have advantage on their attack. And Karhale, your turn.
Am I close to the sides of the pit, or are we kind of in the middle?
You are close to the middle.
Ah.
It's not super wide though. You're like, even at the middle, you're still only about 15 feet from the sides.
That's still too far. I had in mind to do something cool, but we're too far from the sides.
Too far. Here, sorry. Pause on your turn for a second. We'll go back to Kanari, Ahura. Are you guys doing anything in
Give me a
this
chance to think of something cooler to do.
in this time?
I've just been kind of like explaining the whole time what's been going on in the fight because she can't see it.
And then she took out 2 sticks and like stabbed them.
Yeah.
And Kanari, you're like, what?
Well, at first, Kanari was kind of like acting, like kind of giving a dirty. I guess she can't really give him a dirty look. She was, I mean, what face expressions? You know, she was kind of giving him a dirty look of like
throws a dirty expression in his direction.
kind of like a
General.
I don't
General
need
direction.
you to, I don't need you to help me. And then when she realizes it's not really like him patronizing her, she kind of accepts it and sits there and like gets into the fight, you know. But at first, she's like, okay, like,
stab him in the shoe. Yeah. Nemo, is there anything specific you'd like to be doing as you're milling about for the next 5 minutes?
So it's only been 5 while I'm milling about?
You said that you were milling about for about 10 minutes. This fight's
Mhm.
probably going to go over and done with by that time.
I will go and collect the tea leaves that he said were the least used. If I can go and try and just...
You're going to go back into the tent?
Yeah, there wasn't
Are you
anyone else.
Are you just going to go in the open? There are people about. Like, you weren't alone necessarily. There was no one in the tent, but like
in the tent? Yeah.
in the vicinity, there are people just in general. So,
I'll try and be stealthy and not make sure no one sees me.
Okay. Go ahead and roll stealth as you do so.
will you let me know when the tea guy gets back? I mean, she doesn't know that he's bringing tea, but like, will you I just want to know when. Yeah.
Sure thing.
What am I doing? Stealth? That's an 11.
11. Okay, so you go into the tent, slip into the tent, trying to be as quiet as you can. What do you take from the inventory?
I'm just gonna fill a little bag of the orange leaves. I think he said, whichever the leaves he said are least used.
You see little almost like burlap little mini sacks and stuff off to the side that you can use to fill, if you want to take that.
Oh, sure.
And so you take, which one was it again? The one he
said was least used. I believe it was
okay.
Orange of some sort.
Yeah, it's a lighter orange
Mhm.
color, and you grab what's left or just a little bit.
Oh, how much is there? There's not that much?
Not that much. It's not used very often. They don't keep a lot of it on hand.
I'll take most of it then.
Most of it. Okay.
Like how the sack is like this big, right? Like,
I mean, it's not like you're filling the sack to the brim. The sack is just for carrying purposes and stuff.
yeah, but I'm saying like there's literally that little that it'll fill a sack this big.
There's very it's not even that much. It's literally a couple, like maybe 4 little mini stalks of it, kind of thing. The little inventory is more like the little boxes that you see on like a scientist's like table and everything,
Yeah.
with the little amounts of every little random thing.
I'll take it then.
Okay, so you grab it and you step outside. As you step outside, you do run into what looks to be a warrior of some size, who glares down at you. He is like 2 feet taller than you. As he goes, "What are you doing here?" In a very garbled common.
Oh, hello. I was just getting tea. They said they wanted some at the whatever that hut is.
The tea is not for you.
No, so I
Put
swear.
it back.
No. I didn't get any. I was looking for some because you can ask Zalu. We
Roll a deception check.
Oh, that's. Oh, I'm proficient. 19.
19. He kind of squints at you very angrily. Get back.
I mean, yeah.
Go.
That's what I was doing. Okay. It's okay.
Okay, so as you continue milling about, back to Karhale. What are you doing on your turn?
What should I label those as? In my
You can name it
what
orange
leaves?
tea.
Orange tea leaves. Okay.
It's going to be enough for 4 cups.
Okay.
Go ahead, Karhale.
I'm gonna take my warhammer and swing it around all the way, and then hit him in the head to give it a little bit more momentum.
Uh-huh. He goes to try
Trying to
to
be
dodge out of
creative.
the way as quick as he can. Go ahead and roll. You have advantage on the roll because he went reckless.
Natural 20, Becky.
Beautiful. Critical hit. Roll that dice twice, woman.
So just for the record, that's 26 total.
Definitely hits.
And I smash him with a hammer.
Almost max damage. Almost. Wait, so do I roll the dice twice or do I double it?
You roll the dice twice. Yes.
That's how we usually do it, I think.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't really hear the question. So I just answered one of the options you gave me.
That is 27 bludgeoning damage.
Oh, okay.
What?
Okay. And this was to 27 was to to beads, right?
Oh, sorry, 26. I got to subtract my 1.
No worries. 26. Okay, he's looking bloody. He is looking bloody. The slam, he kind of like looks a little dazed, trying to shake it off, but there's blood streaming down the side of his face.
If I took a hit like that, I'd be down.
He's just rough, and he's looking at you kind of askance, like, "You've got a little muscle there, don't you?" But he says this in Druidic again. They're not very accommodating.
You need to freaking learn Druidic. It's fine.
And you should start training with Ahuda.
That's my plans.
If he will let you.
He will not, but
Becky.
You should ask.
You can ask.
It's gonna happen. Yeah.
You can definitely try.
He's gonna do it.
Okay, so Inala, next is your turn. The guy fighting Karhale is like really rough right now, and you are presently in melee with the guy that just swung at you.
I am going to shout over to her. You doing okay, kid?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well.
And just as a note, she doesn't even sound out of breath. She sounds like she's having a like a sitting down, having a cup of coffee chat.
Of course. A lot of the people around in the crowd just watching are kind of hooting and hollering a bit. Totally into this fight. You have a lot of people kind of gathered around your side too, Inala, because of the weird tactics that you're using. So Inala, what are you doing?
Well, he throws me off, correct?
Mm-hmm. So you're now presently on the ground next to him.
Next to him.
In melee.
Him?
You're behind him.
Behind him? Okay. She's gonna take the 2 daggers that she head in her hand, and she's just gonna like swipe across like the back of his knee to
Mhm.
cut it open, and then she's gonna take him and then just stab him in the back, in his back.
Okay. Go ahead and roll
Can I do
to
that?
hit. I'll say that the slashing at his knee won't really be able to affect him. So we'll just say it's the two
No?
hits of the daggers. Yeah. But go
Oh,
ahead and
okay.
roll twice for your daggers. It'll be your bonus action and your main action, as they're both light weapons, and you can do that as your bonus action.
So roll twice, you said?
Yes, these are two separate hits though. So it's 2 to hits, and then you can roll the damage for your daggers twice if you hit on both. So what was your
Alright.
first to hit?
After adding the 5, it was 17. And then...
17? And as a side note, this will still be at
Mhm.
advantage because he's like tied down right now.
Okay. And then my next one
17 hits.
was a 7.
7. Okay, 7 does not hit, but your first one does. So go ahead and roll
Mhm.
damage for the dagger. Add your normal modifier to that, and then you can add your sneak attack damage because you had advantage.
And what's the how much is the sneak attack damage again?
2d6.
Oh, okay.
You're doing great, Rachel.
There's no shame in
So
having a
much
calculator.
yeah.
I just did
D&D
that.
calculators. Actually, that'd be really cute.
A D&D calculator. I'll work
Sorry,
on it.
what did you get? So it was your normal damage plus your modifier plus 2d6.
Too much numbers. If I did it right, I think it's a 14.
Okay, we'll take 14. 14, no worries. It takes a while to get used to, it does. 14 to this dude, and that's some good damage. Okay, so... Oh, yeah. No, I was right the first time. He's looking really bloody too. Both of these guys looking pretty bloody. Yeah. Next in the lineup will be them. So the guy next to you, Karhale, is gonna growl at you, but he's also kind of grinning with like teeth and bloody teeth and everything showing. And you just get this like puff of rank breath across your face as he goes in to swipe again with his axe, and he's going for your belly this time. He's rolling reckless and does a 24 hit.
Yeah, it hits.
He rolled the same freaking low damage again. 7 points of slashing damage as you kind of tug away a little bit so it doesn't make complete purchase on you.
Are you having these for me?
Oh, I am not. I'm telling you the full
Okay,
damage.
just making sure. I wanted to
Yeah,
make
yeah,
sure
no
I
worries.
wasn't taking a quarter of the damage I should be. So that
All
is
good.
halved to 4.
7 points. And then next, the other guy. So you're still in melee with him, so he's going to turn around and swipe at you again with his axe. So he's rolling.
Wait,
Reckless.
the other guy's still in melee with me?
Not with you, Karhale. I'm talking about Inala.
Oh.
Does a 15 hit Inala?
Probably.
She's frozen, her little scrunched up face.
That face means yes.
Okay, so yes, that'll be 12
Yeah.
points.
She's like,
12
no.
points of slashing damage as you try to dodge out of the way again, but you were on like the wrong foot, and the balance was a little bit off, and you were able quite to pull away in time, and the slice of the axe goes across your chest. But 12 points of slashing damage there. Next in line is Karhale again. Oh, sorry. Here, back to Kunari, Ahura. You guys doing anything in this next round of combat? Just chilling. Okay, then we'll leave you, Nemo. Your thing is taking more time than anyway. Go ahead. Go, Karhale.
All right, I'm going to take 1 step back and then 2 steps forward, and both hands jam my hammer into like right this area.
Right this area. Okay.
The like right between the neck and chest. And
Okay. The sternocleidomastoid, right? Am I right, Nathan?
Yeah, whatever. That thing.
I think it's the muscle specifically. It's not necessarily that region, I think. But
All right. Did he reckless attack last time?
both did.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not gonna bother reckless attacking if man, I am loving these reckless attacks because every single one is I consistently roll like a 2 and a 17, a 3 and an 18. It's saving me here because these dice are good, just not all the time.
I know, and I'm still just rolling so low even with my reckless.
22.
Definitely hits. Roll damage.
Sorry, it's 23, but anyways.
That works.
I keep forgetting to add correctly. That
we
is
know the brain.
11 bludgeoning damage.
11. Beautiful. He's looking mighty rough. Mighty rough.
Oh.
Inala, your turn. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
When you said rough, I thought this would take him out.
Oh, yeah, no.
In this case, I am also looking kind of rough.
That is true. I'm sorry. He was looking bloody when I said rough before.
Okay.
But
I'm looking bloody.
More rough now?
What
Inala,
are the stages again? Bloodied is half, right? And then
bloodied is half. Rough is kind of just generally low, I feel like.
That's
what I've been thinking of it as.
Isn't there another for a quarter health? Or like roughly a quarter health?
I mean, I'm sure people have made one up.
Oh.
Anala?
Okay.
So he hit me, right? Yeah, he hit me.
Yes,
and
he did. You are presently bleeding.
Behind him?
You are basically behind him, yeah. Still in melee with him as a side note. So you could attack him again with the daggers. You could disengage and back away to hit him with your arrow, so you're out of his range. Up to you. You could hit and disengage.
My bonus action, the fast hands, I wanted to then grab my hammer and kind of just hit as hard as I can behind his knees where I slice it open to hopefully knock him to the ground. Can I do that?
Okay. Go ahead. Roll strength again.
Strength?
Just a strength check. So adding your strength modifier. And I'm gonna roll contested.
I'm gonna be right back, guys. I'm not feeling well. I'm gonna grab some and stuff. I will be back.
What'd you roll?
18.
Okay. He rolled a 2. So yeah. So okay, so you slam him with the hammer as hard as you plausibly can. And yeah, it takes him to the ground. He kind of just like you hear him say something in Druidic that comes out as a curse to Ahura in the distance, and he slams to the ground and angrily just huffing and just like, what is happening in this fight right now? Anger and stuff. So yeah, that would be your bonus action, fast hands, unless you wanted that to be your your main action, since you have the thief ability.
I didn't get.
He's presently prone
right now.
You don't want to take an action to attack?
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't think that
be
would
an
work
advantage.
That well, so I didn't. Yeah, I didn't think that would work that well, so I didn't think that far ahead.
Yeah, no worries. It would be an advantage. You should
dagger.
definitely just stab him in the chest with your dagger.
Yes.
Stab him in the tum-tum.
So go ahead and roll twice and take the higher to hit with the dagger.
Come on, dice gods, love me.
Oh, just a side note. At the end of my turn, I just wanted to I wanted to hop back towards the wall 4 feet, hoping to get him a little closer to the wall.
Okay. So not out of melee range, right?
Yeah, I'm just kind of like inching the fight towards the wall.
Okay. Sure thing.
So I take the higher number, then add the +5, right?
Yes, ma'am.
24.
Beautiful.
Woo!
Yeah, okay. So he's prone, you get sneak attack damage. Go ahead and roll your normal damage for the dagger and then 2d6. And then add the modifier.
Normal. 6. And then d6. $11, I think, if I did that correctly.
Nice. 11 points of damage. Yeah, okay. So he's knocked out cold, kind of thing. Like as you kind of stab him in the chest and stuff and you're still panting and stuff, his eyes kind of just like go dazed and then close and everything. And everyone kind of hoots and like a shout kind of goes up in the crowd around you as they're just like, how is this even happening? This tiny little girl kind of thing. And everyone's just like banging on the sides of the arena and everything. Yeah, that's the end of your turn, and he's out cold. And Karhale, your turn. Oh no, sorry, the other guy's turn. That's with you. So he inches towards you and everything as he just slides into your space again. As he's just gonna go reckless once again. Does a 2 and a 4. Anyway, does a 9 hit?
Oh, sorry, I missed that. Josh texted me and I missed it. What
No
was the
worries.
number?
Does 9 hit?
9? No.
Okay, your turn. He went reckless.
Ahaha! I don't even have to.
So his axe like slides by you as you kind of like just inch a little bit to the left, dodging it entirely, and he just growls in anger as his like the blood is still kind of streaming into his eye. What are you doing?
That was wild. I rolled 2 17s in a row.
Oh,
Yeah, so
Whoa.
that's cool.
that is cool.
That's 21 to hit.
Definitely hits. Roll damage.
All right.
These two guys were like kind of increasing at similar amounts of damage this whole time, so they're actually
11 bludgeoning damage.
the same
Oh my
amount of
God.
damage too.
I know. I keep rolling 7 on my damage dice.
Yeah, and he also is out cold immediately.
Oh, so in that case, with this last and final hit, I wanted to spin around and take my hammer and sweep the legs and knock him down on his butt.
He slams down to the ground, and like the dust around you guys kind of puff up around you, and the lights of the torchlight that's around you guys starts like shimmering off the dust as you're just there like panting, but not even that hard. And you're like, that was cake.
In that case, since we're out of combat, right?
Yeah. Both of you guys just kind of standing above your downed opponents. Yeah, some guys start hopping in. Someone slaps you on the back and everything, good-naturedly. Like you actually get a bunch of different slaps on the back as people are kind of going past you and going over toward the guy who's down on the ground, and they start dragging them out of the arena.
While I've got this adrenaline high, I'm gonna grab the amulet piece of the Stygian and just yank it as hard as I physically can.
Okay. Roll a d6 for me, please.
I do have advantage on strength checks and saving throws while I'm raging.
That's true. Roll a d6 anyhow.
Okay.
It's not necessarily always a strength save to take it off.
6.
6? Okay. So as you grab it and you try to yank it off, you immediately see a person in front of you. Like everything blacks out for a second and you're in a plane of black. You see a figure off in the distance, very hard to tell what they're wearing or anything about them. But you see immediately a smile, like just a crooked grin that glints in light that doesn't exist in this plane. And all you can see is teeth. Go ahead and roll me as you're trying to pull yourself away from them and force your will above theirs. Roll me a charisma check. Just charisma.
Charisma?
Mm-hmm.
Why charisma? Just straight charisma?
Straight charisma.
16?
16. As you try to pull away, and you in your own mind is saying, "Let me go," almost. It says, "No." And then you're slammed back into your own body again, and you're standing there holding the Stygian and staring at the amulet as it kind of slips from your hand back to your chest.
Fantastic. That's great.
And you're just kind of, it's echoing in your ears as you still have thumping on your back and good-natured like elbows and everything, but everything's kind of just on the outskirts of where your mind is at presently.
How do I feel? Do I feel like drained anymore?
Roll, sorry, you feel almost like your will, your personal exerted force on the world around you is lesser. Write down that you have a -1 modifier to your charisma rolls now.
Great. Fantastic.
Until your next long rest.
My cat likes my dice, and she likes to come and paw at them.
Mm-hmm.
This is fine. This
Okay.
is fine. I'm fine.
So at this point,
Good attempt. Good attempt.
I've been cool.
as people are grabbing up the fallen bodies and people pull out the pittons and stuff and kind of toss them at the feet of you and Alla, they're kind of being dragged away to the healers and stuff. You see actually a female, not painted in white woman step forward. She's got her hair tied up into this black bun, and she's got a very like pinched look on her face, but she's a very pretty young woman about your guys' age, Karhala and Alla. And she comes forward and she goes, these idiots. Okay, bring him over here, and brother, just help set my things next to him. Grab him and bring him over here. And she's kind of leading the process of fixing them up. Konari Ahura, the man who scuttles back, the translator that you guys saw before, he comes back with a cup, like a mug, basically, of tea, and he's kind of looking around a little bit, like nervously, as he's trying to find Nemo, but he does not see him.
Okay, Kanari doesn't know that he's going to get tea. So does
Yeah,
she
you just
smell it?
told me to tell you if he
I know.
comes
Does
back.
she smell it?
Oh, okay. Roll a perception check at advantage.
Okay. I mean, like, it's not like she knew. So
there's like smoke in the air right now. There's like smell of unwashed bodies and just sweat and blood. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on in the air right now.
I think
And
the
he's not, like,
hesitation is that she wasn't looking out for the tea.
That's true, actually.
Maybe like a passive.
But yeah. Either which way, you hear him calling out, yeah,
I mean,
he doesn't actually know your name. Never mind, he doesn't call out anything.
My past perception is 15, and I rolled a 14 plus 5, but my past perception is 15.
You smell the scent of he doesn't even know what he got. You smell a very spicy floral scent.
Ooh.
Do I see him?
You see the translator, yes, with a mug of smoking something.
She's gonna like perk up and be like, is that tea? Does someone have tea? And like, does he answer her at all?
I don't think he hears you. There's a lot. It's loud right now.
Just gonna try to find the tea then.
just feeling around, walking about, tapping. Eventually you can definitely just follow the scent to him. So you find him and he goes, Can I help you?
Is that tea that you have?
Yes, it is. Do you know where the companion of yours is? The small, puny boy one.
Yeah, I think I saw him just over there in the pit.
And he turns and starts to walk away toward the pit to look.
But can I
looking
have
through the
that?
crowd.
Can I have the tea?
Oh, yes, take it. I don't want it. And he hands it to you, and he walks away.
She doesn't know it's your tea. She's going to happily drink this tea.
Okay, you drink the tea?
I'm gonna go sit down by Okuda and cross-legged and start drinking the tea.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh, I hope this doesn't kill me.
Roll a d4.
Dang it!
As you drink this tea.
I just saved you, Carhale. 2.
Ohura, your mic is not on.
My
'cause she said she
constitution's a bit
waited until
higher.
she said
Oh,
she
you-
sat down next to me and then started drinking it. Would I have caught?
You would have
anything
seen
on the
this whole thing
scent?
happening, yeah.
Or would I have caught anything on the scent that would have
Oh,
told me like a dangerous plant was in it, or?
Go ahead and roll a nature check. As you smell it, and you're like, "Do I
Oh,
recognize
natural
this?"
19. So
Natural
Really?
19.
let me look at my.
What
I
did you
don't
get
think
on
it's
your
very
D4, Kanari?
2.
A 2. Okay.
Give
Okay.
me 1 second. Skills. Yeah, so it'd be a 21.
Okay. So as you sniff this, and it kind of flashes you back to different times that you've spent in the healer's tents, you get the idea that it's a dampener sort of tea. It's meant for healers to use to calm down individuals that are freaking out like when they're fighting off like the healing, or they're just kind of going nuts or whatever. It's used to dampen their emotions. So it would basically just force a lock on their emotions to impassiveness. They wouldn't be able to care about anything or fight anything off. They wouldn't recognize things as dangerous and fight, basically.
Okay, then, like, as she's putting it up to her mouth, I might say like, you might not want to drink that. Dampens the emotions to a point of dead. You would not be dead, but you would also not be able to feel most anything. Anger, happiness.
Some days it's not a bad thing, but I suppose. But I want tea.
It might not be a bad thing some days, but we just killed a fight. Might not be a. You might want to feel this time.
Drink it anyway, says Ty in your ear.
Ty, you're the one who feels all the emotions. I don't know what you're talking about.
That is a good point, Kanari. Actually, would you still be able to feel my emotions if you drank this tea? It might be worth considering to drink it just to see.
Should you be encouraging me in this?
No, you're right. I'm just curious. I'm
I am
just wondering
too.
what kind of tea these people would carry, I guess. And
She's-
why
right.
did the man even bring it out in the
She's
first
going
place?
to take the tea and pour it into like her little flask thing and save it for later when she feels like it's a safe time to drink it. Be like,
Okay.
fine, but I'm not throwing out good tea. No way. Puts it away,
Okay,
puts
so
it
you
away.
cork this tea into your flask. Go ahead and write down that you have the dampening agent.
Cool.
tea with you.
Because I do want to. I am curious to see how it would affect Ty and her and everything. So
Mm-hmm. And okay, so then moving on from that, the bumbling translator kind of like walks off and kind of disappears into the crowd of people. Carhala and Nala, are you guys doing anything as people are kind of congratulating you in a language you don't really recognize? Some people are trying to say like common like good job and well done and just very garbled, hard to understand.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop out and head back to the healer that was attempting things.
And she's just kind of looking at you, crossed arms, tapping her toe, and just like disappointed anger.
I'm
Of
just
just
gonna-
like, really? We're trying to get this over with and done, and you're making this take so much longer than it has to," kind of face. Like, that's all that's said over her face. And she goes, "Did you have fun?"
I did. Thank you.
Hmm.
I haven't gotten to hit someone in days.
I saw you try to grab the amulet and take it off. Did it work? What happened? Oh, sorry. What happened, and why didn't it work?
You know just as well as I do, if not better. I've never dealt with a dark magic like this.
What kind of magic? I don't actually recognize this. I've only ever heard of the Stygian in whispers, haunted stories.
Well,
It's
I
not
hadn't
well known.
I hadn't heard of the Stygian until 2 days ago, and then yesterday I'm wearing it. I've had this on for a whole of 12 hours, and it's already drained me. I don't know what kind of dark curse is upon this wretched thing. I want it off, but at what cost?
From what I know about this Stygian, most of those who have had tried before the man most known for wielding it had been destroyed by it. He was a odd case from what I know. But
You said he tried to destroy it and it destroyed him, right?
I do not know about that. All I know is it was lost from history when he failed to destroy the world with it. Where did you find it?
The temple. You know,
What temple? The Shinyu's temple? The one you came from?
it was in a temple. I'm not exactly the most observant of our group, if you haven't noticed. We
Go
were
ahead and
in
roll an intelligence check, Carhole. Just see if you grasped the hints that put it together.
No, I
for
was
what the
lying.
goal was.
I was
Oh, you
lying.
were? Oh, roll deception then, please.
Lying.
Yeah, roll deception, please.
That was the 17.
17?
Oh,
She
wait.
kinda-
Wait, that's charisma based, so it's -1, 16.
Still good enough. She nods, and it seems very unwise for you to have picked this up without knowing anything about it. Do you normally conduct your actions in such a way?
Without thinking? That's where my best plans come from.
You sound like someone I know. At this, Ahura, Kunara, you guys are in the near vicinity. You guys are all kind of together. And she goes, perhaps. What was your name, child?
Carhole. And
Carhale.
yours?
Loasi.
Bless you.
You're funny, just like my grandson.
She does laugh to herself.
Loasi, and
Oh,
I am the
which
shaman of this tribe,
which
which I'm
one's your
sure you have
grandson?
already understood. Huh?
Hey, DM, how do you spell that for my notes?
Oh, Lwazi.
Of course. How else would you spell it?
Wait, that's the grandson or the girl?
The
The
shaman.
woman, the shaman, she calls herself Loasi. I was named such
My mother's
for I am the knowledgeable one of our community. Sit down, and perhaps we can work on taking this off together, yes? You do not wish to hold on to it any longer, yes?
You know, if you were the one to wield this, I would be a lot more, what's the word? Apt to give it to you. I'd want to give it to you more if it was going to you. You seem a little more right in the head than the rest of these fellows.
If you're referring to the intention behind using this Stygian that the rest of my tribe seems to hold, and she's kind of like fingering the Stygian as she's saying this, and she kind of locks eyes with you. My son was killed in a raid by the Talon. I do not intend to let any of their children live. And she continues working on it in silence.
Dang.
An eye for an eye, they say.
In my experience, an eye for an eye just leads to more people in pain.
Well, then I suppose we'll all suffer then. As she continues working. So she's
I'm much less sure about wanting them to have this. Much less sure. I was not very sure, and now I'm even less sure.
She continues kind of burning herself and pulling away, and continues saying different words, and magical sparks of energy spark out around her hands as she's trying to figure this thing out.
May I ask what kinds of spells you're using? My mother's a shaman, and she taught me a little of what she does.
Well, the spell I just used. Roll persuasion, actually. I do not actually think I should divulge secrets to outsiders, no matter how nostalgic your company may be.
15 minus 1. So
15 minus 1, 14. Still pretty good. Perhaps I can help you with something less damaging than the magic that we hold dear. Is there anything else you'd like to know?
Well, I feel there's a thread that is now connecting me to this relic. Do you know any type of magic that would be used to sever a connection with evil? That might help, something to restore.
I will leave you for the moment, and I will go confer with an individual who may know something that may help. One moment. Don't go anywhere or cause trouble. My grandson used to always cause trouble. And then she gets up and meanders kind of into the crowd and disappears a bit.
I still
You're
love her.
left to your own devices for the moment. Anala, is there anything you're doing with this time?
She's just, I guess, she's saying like thanks to briefly as people are congratulating her, while also just trying to collect her weapons she's left lying around. And then she tries to go and follow Carhale.
Okay, so you see this kind of interaction take place of them talking about the Stygian and the difficulty with taking it off, and the connection, severing that connection between the object and herself. You overhear all of this. Kanoria, Hura, you guys are also in the vicinity unless you guys are doing something else. Is there anything you guys are doing?
I think I'm trying to like. I was kind of joking about how do they feel today, but I am definitely trying to feel out the general attitude concerning us at the moment. See if I can like insight from the group what.
From the two fights that have happened, there's been a general respect that's been earned in their eyes. They don't consider you guys to be worms beneath their feet anymore. Definitely a little bit of hurt pride to an extent about you guys winning where their men had lost, but respect. And then in general, the positive feelings of, oh, festival's about to happen, like we're about to party kind of thing has been the general tone around the crowd. Everyone's kind of vibrating with energy to an extent, as well as now that the fights have ended, guys. You guys do see the barricade that's been forming the arena being moved, and instead they're putting out other sorts of boxes into almost like what seems to be a platform, like a small platform that they're setting up in the center where the arena used to be, as everyone's like working together to move stuff aside. Nemo, at this point, I would say you'd be returning to the group after your meandering time frame, as you see people starting to take away boxes and whatnot, setting up a little platform in the center of this area. The chief is still at the in his seat at the head of where the arena had been, and he is still just kind of looking imperiously across the center of the tribe. Nemo, are you doing anything?
I'm gonna ask around for Zalu where he went.
As you're trying to ask in common, most people don't understand you. But go ahead and roll a persuasion check to see if you can get anyone to actually
Are
give
any
you an
of the
answer instead of
group?
brush you off.
Are any of the group? Because I'm the only one in that tent now, right?
Oh yeah,
Anyone else
you see the people. You see the people. You're
okay.
back at the arena unless you did go into the tent. The prison tent's like right behind it.
It's a 12 persuasion.
Yeah, no one gives you an answer. Everyone ignores you straight up.
I'll go to who's the
Anyone
nearest
who
to me,
understood
then?
you ignored you. Everyone else just like walked away.
Who's the nearest to me then?
Everyone's pretty much together, so you can walk up to the group.
Oh, okay. I'll come up and. Has anyone seen Zalu?
You guys don't recognize that name.
I'm sorry. Who?
Guy that was with. Oh, you guys were fighting. Nala, Karhale. Did you not see? Did he not bring you your tea?
You mean my tea and rum that I have not gotten?
I got some
And their
tea.
beer.
You got. What did you do with the tea?
You drank my tea and rum.
I did not. There was no rum in there. First of all, there's
Are
just
you-
tea.
You drank
Second
it
of all,
all.
no, I saved it because
Why would you
apparently
save it?
it's meant to like calm people's emotions or something. So I was going to.
Yes, Karhale likes to be calmed. Obviously.
Ahura said that it would calm me to the point of not feeling anything at all.
Could I get ahead of that?
And by the way, has anyone seen a toll?
Do I
You guys
see
all look
her?
around.
Yeah,
You don't see
Ahura
it all.
curses in Druidic.
I saw
Could
him
I
in the
look out over the
Language.
arena and see if I see anything?
Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
And I didn't notice in my traveling around, right?
And
Oh.
you're just looking from where you're at, right? You're not walking around to look.
No,
Yeah.
I just that's a 7.
Looking around. A lot of these people are just so much taller than you are that it's hard to see over anyone's heads, and you can't see between them either. It's like a lot of people are just a lot of chaos going on around you as they're setting something up at the center. You don't see her.
Well, Karhale, Atoll has the other half of your drink, so whenever we find her, then we can.
I'm not giving away the tea.
Why, it's not
Insight
yours.
check.
It is now. He gave it to me.
It's
Insight
God
check on
ordered it
Nemo.
for me. Why did he
Nemo-
give it to you?
Nemo, you can roll deception or persuasion against the insight check, your choice. What are you trying to ascertain, Karhale, and how are you trying to?
It seems ridiculous that he would give half of my drink to the toll.
Uh-huh.
So I feel like that's not a truth.
Mhm.
Um,
Good
so
luck.
that would
That's
be-
all I've got to say.
Oh, yeah, no. I rolled a 7. It doesn't matter what I add to it. It's
24.
You like
yeah.
glare at him,
But
and he's
in
just
all
blinking
honesty,
owlish at you.
I'm not try. Like I might be like, oh, oops, I might have messed up the drink, but I'm not trying to straight up lie to you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I do
And you're
have
just-
half. I do have half your. A toll does have half your drink.
He reminds you of some of those like some of your the children from your tribe, the cubs and everything, as like they're telling you something that they might have done wrong, but they're kind of like trying to phrase it in the best way possible. It's kind of like, yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a whole flashback.
So anyone seen a toll?
I'm sorry, who's the toll?
The little blonde kid that's been with us this whole time.
Yay,
Wait,
hi.
So much.
Like
Oh,
someone
yay,
off to get
hi.
in trouble.
Teensy tiny, adorable.
I was a little preoccupied with the fight. I'm not gonna lie. So,
Carhale,
You
Anala,
were
where have
watching
you
Nemo?
been?
We were the fight, and it was awesome.
Wait, you fought Kanari and Ahura?
No.
No, we fought
No.
after them. Pay
Oh.
attention.
Is that
was
all
a
you
lot
guys
of
have been
fun.
doing? Is just fighting?
Well, what have you been doing?
Oh, why not?
Not getting me tea is what he's been doing.
Yes, that someone won't give me. It is my tea.
I was given the tea by the person.
It's
So
not
there's-
yours.
He gave it to me and said I could have it.
That doesn't mean he was bringing it for me. Give me
I
the
think
tea.
Finding your
Take
friend
it
is
from
more
me.
important than this
I'm gonna attempt to
right
take
now.
it from you. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Anala says this as Nemo. What are you
Give
doing
us a
Wait,
again?
Anala, what did you say?
I said, go find your friend. I think he's more important than this tea you're really wanting to have.
I just glare at her, and I like as I'm glaring, I try to like do one of those quick like swipes and throw it down.
Yeah, she's not gonna let him take it.
You're
Okay,
blind.
Just
Like that. Stop.
You make for the thing. Go ahead and roll an attack, Nemo, to try to grab it before her.
An attack or
Sorry, dexterity. It's just a straight dexterity. And this will
I
be
contested
roll
it.
dexterity against him. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Roll dexterity. It'll just be contested dexterity.
Natural 20.
Roll Kanari just to check.
You've got a
19.
1 in 20 chance. Oh,
19.
19 total.
Like,
19.
wait, is this athletics or is this dexterity? Like, I mean,
This is
acrobatics,
dexterity.
dexterity.
This is dexterity. There are no acrobatics coming into play in this. It's just reach and move.
It's like in my bag, so it's like he's gonna have to dig through my bag to get it.
oh, I thought you put it in your skin.
I
Your-
thought it was like in your water skin that would be like around your chest kind of thing. Hooked
Yeah,
on
that's what I thought.
Oh no, I was thinking I had like a little bottle and I put it in my bag.
you. Mm-hmm.
But
Oh.
that's what I thought. You know.
Did you have an empty vial?
You don't. I don't think have any bottles.
Okay, it probably
or
is my
vials.
water skin then. So
Either way, isn't it still kind of like around your body?
Yeah.
or my mess kit. I don't know. I don't know what mess kit has in it. It's fine. Anyway.
He grabs it, and as you kind of like try to move it away in time, he somehow just scrambles away like the child stealing
I'm gonna
something
grab
from their
him. I'm gonna
sibling and
like,
stuff.
I'm not letting him get away with it.
And yeah,
I'm-
okay.
I'm gonna
You-
be walking away.
Carl,
From
I'm gonna
this little scuffle.
throw the tea at the back of Carhale's head.
Carhale, you feel a whack hit of the back of your head.
I think Nemo should roll for that because he is weak. I don't think he's
Also-
got any-
I don't think she
Nari
was
would
very
probably
far
try to
away
catch
too. Okay, Nemo, go ahead and roll for it as you do. But Kanari, you get to roll to try to stop him first, because Nemo, that was your move initially. So Kanari, go ahead and make your move before that. He gets to throw it. So, are you trying to just grab it from him?
Sure. Yeah, I'll just try to grab it back from him. I just want
So just another dexterity contested. Nemo,
All right.
roll the dexterity contested. Sorry.
This is straight doll. You got it back. It's 6.
I don't know about that. I got a 5.
Oh, nice.
Dang. So you're like barely even holding it away from her. Like it's not even very hard, but she like reaches forward and kind of just stumbles over the ground as she moves forward because there is something there that she didn't see initially. And just misses it barely, and it brushes your fingertips, Kanara. You feel it right there, and you're like curse words in your mind that Ty's like tut 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 about. But Nemo, you throw it. Go ahead and roll
I'm not like
to throw it
throwing
at
it. I'm just
Karhale.
like tossing it to her.
Okay, yeah. So in that case, it just slaps you in the
And I'll
back,
just-
Karhale. It doesn't hurt or anything. It's just there, and you're like, "What?" Because you
I
were
turn
walking
around.
away.
I turn around real slowly, and the daggers that are being stared into you should bring you down to 0 hit points.
Nemo goes
Punch
unconscious.
Nemo.
I'm gonna just be brushing myself off and say, "There's half your drink."
I'm punching
I'm-
Nemo. I'm punching him
Huh?
right now.
Kanari,
I'm walking.
go ahead and roll to attack.
I keep walking.
I pick up the tea.
6.
Wait, you didn't even take the tea.
You pick up the
Karhale?
tea, Ahuda?
No,
Yeah.
I walked away.
Ahuda
And then I
picks
try and
up-
break up
goes
these
over
knuckleheads.
and picks up the tea. The fight, you throw a punch, Kanari, but in that moment, Ahuda steps over and stops you from getting there, and that's like he like basically just catches your wrist in that moment, breaking you guys up. And what are you saying, Ahuda?
He took my dang tea.
We are in enough danger without fighting on the
Don't
inside.
touch me. Duh.
I just want the tea.
I like shove it into her midsection, just shove the water skin at her.
I'm gonna yell back to them.
No, the
"Thanks."
children done fighting.
She just walks
What,
away.
Karhale?
Oh, I was gonna yell back to them. Don't do anything stupid while I'm gone.
At this point, guys, the platform has been set up. You guys are starting to hear drumming and like bum 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 bum. As you guys see a few like large almost drums set up around in a semicircle around this little platform. A couple of them are young children that are playing, a couple of them older. There's about 6, and then you guys see a few dressed young women painted all in white, but with what look to be some sort of pelt skirts, like half skirts basically. They're like they've still got the normal tribal wear that everyone else has, but these skirts kind of furl out a bit, whatever they're made of, almost like feathers in a sense too. But animals you guys don't really recognize as they kind of go onto the platform that's been made and they start dancing, a sort of a dance that none of you guys recognize or have any basis to understand. But a couple people start chanting not a creepy verse, but something you guys don't understand in Druidic. Ahura, you grasp that they're dancing to chase away the darkness and to bring about the dawn of a new day. And it's this dance that you have seen before to an extent, but never by the Tao.
So do I recognize any of the iconography or the animals that you were talking about, or
the animals you do recognize as a large beast? You guys would have known them as quasites, I believe. I have to look that up. But basically these beasts that can turn people into stone, and they have the plumage, beautiful plumage of just giant feathers that are made into these skirts that they're wearing now. The dance itself, a vying for power, almost power over the darkness that is night, and fighting to bring light to a dark world. The dance itself is almost a retelling of some sort of story that you don't know the history of. But that is what you grasp as you're seeing this dance play out across this makeshift stage. And Karhale, what are you doing as this is going on?
I was gonna look for a toll.
Okay, so you make your way kind of pushing through the crowd. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
Enola, are you doing anything in this time?
+0.
As soon as they kind of started fighting and Carly walks off, she just kind of looks over at their fighting, rolls her eyes, and just starts following Carly because she wants to help her find their friend.
Okay, go ahead and roll a separate perception check then, and tell me what that is. Carhale, what did you get?
18.
18. Very good.
Good roll tonight. All
Carly-
because of the dice you got me.
I am so sad. All my dice are just terrible. Enola, go ahead.
14.
14. Okay, so Carhale, you see this before Anala does, but Anala, you do notice Carhale kind of twitching and moving in a different direction, pushing through the crowds of people watching the dances. Carhale, what you notice is actually what you hear is a shout that it's hard to understand what it was. You don't actually understand the language it was said in, but you recognize Atol's voice. Granted, it's not in intense distress, the voice, the shout, but frustration, anger, sort of. As you push your way through the crowd in the direction that you heard this shout, you come across a little ring of children, about ranging from 10 to 18 years of age, or so teenagers, basically younger teenagers, preteens, and you see them. They're all painted in white. They're all Dao children in a circle, obscuring what's going on in between them. But you hear the sounds of roughhousing on the inside of this circle. And they're kind of all like shouting and hooting, banging their own chests and stuff at whatever is going on.
Is a toll in the middle.
Do you approach the little circle to see?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see a toll rolling in the dirt with this other kid and like just trying to pummel this other kid who's trying to pummel her. It's a boy about the same size, a bit thicker than she is, but they're rolling in the dirt, fighting each other and pulling teeth and like scratching, biting, and he's pulling on the little bit of hair that she has, kind of thing, and she's elbowing him in the face and like trying to like scratch at his neck and everything, and they're both super scratched up.
As well.
Anala, you come up behind Carhale and you do see this as well.
I'm gonna yell to Atol, go for a groin shot and sweep the leg, hun.
She kind of like twitches in your direction, doesn't lose focus on the fight though. She's not that kind of kid, but she does actually knee at the kid's groin, and you hear him kind of like and stuff, and he goes to do the same to her, but she's like and like rolls back over and isn't affected by it, and he's like kind of confused actually for a second as she like goes to like put him into a little like neck chokehold and everything, and he starts like trying to pull out of it, tapping on the ground. And hold on.
Do I see any of this?
You see Carhale walk away. They're at a distance from you. You see her kind of, after you pick up the tea and you hand it to Kanari, she's disappearing into the crowd. Did you want to follow her?
I probably wouldn't have followed her. No.
Mm-hmm. So you wouldn't see this at this point unless you had. But yes. Is there anything you guys are doing during this time, by the way? Nemo, Kanari, Ahura?
I was going the opposite direction of Carhale to look for a toll.
Okay. Good to know. You would have not found her, obviously, but you do run into, what's his name? Zaolu again, and he's like, what are you doing out here? Go back. You're going to get me in trouble.
Why did you not give me the tea?
I don't care about your tea. Just go away. Just go back to the arena.
Go to where?
Go. The arena where you are allowed to be.
Why can't I be here?
You are not my problem.
Fine. You're not my problem.
And I'll keep walking in the same direction.
Okay then, Kanaria, Hura, are you guys doing anything?
I'm mingling generally with the Tao in Druidic.
Are you trying to ascertain anything or impress anything upon them?
I am trying to save our lives. Like essentially just trying to kind of leave a good taste in people's mouths.
Okay. Roll a persuasion check.
Oof. Okay.
You got this.
Okay, that's not the worst. Not the best, but not the worst.
I'd like to inspire him.
Persuasion. 15.
Just a shout across the room. You can do it.
15.
15. That's actually really good. Yeah. In general, people seem to be very open to your positive influence, I suppose, and just genial personality in general is very much seeming to bring smiles to their faces. I can't speak anyway, but yeah. So you're getting a positive feedback from the people that you are getting to talk to and such. A lot of them seeming to look at you with less malice, I suppose.
Okay.
In general. And Kanari, you doing anything?
Kanari's gonna kind of just step off towards a quiet place, mostly. Just kind of like find like I don't know, just a little corner or something, like just kind of it's quiet. And
everybody's kind of up and like partying at the point. Like it is a cacophony around you at this point, drumming and shouting and people singing with the song, clapping. If you want, you can go back into the tent. That's somewhere that the sound would actually be dampened for you. The little prison tent that you were from. You
she'll
came
go
from.
back the first couple minutes probably, and
Okay.
kind of, and then when she's in there, she can be like, Kanari, you can't lose your cool. What are you doing? You're supposed that's not what you're supposed to do. Okay. Controlled. Controlled. And then once, give her a few minutes, then she'll go back out with, a lot more stoicness.
Got you.
Guys, I'm gonna pee.
Yeah.
I got
let's take a break because I need to pee as well. Beautiful.
I'll get some
Sorry,
back.
Yes.
You're good.
No worries.
Didn't mean to interrupt. I just.
Yeah, no worries. 5-minute, 10-minute break. Yeah.
Gotta catch up with my notes.
You go, woman.
Hey, Rachel. I can't hear you. What?
How are you?
Oh, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Just so sleepy. I should have
Oh.
had coffee right before this.
Heard that.
It's so bad. I need coffee every day. I need like 2-3 cups now. It's so bad.
Yeah.
And then if I don't have it, I get migraines. It's terrible.
I too had a
Yeah.
coffee problem freshman year. And now I don't need any coffee, so that's good. We're healing.
You've recovered. I hope one day to be where you are, Erin.
Bruh, I used to be at like 5 cups a day.
Oh my gosh.
It was a problem. And now I only drink coffee if I really want it.
Mm-hmm.
Yummy.
But see, the problem is I really want it all the time.
But I don't want I don't want it because it's caffeine. I want it because it tastes yummy.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coffee does
That's
not
where I am
taste
right now.
yummy.
But there was a point when I was working construction and like not getting back until 10 o'clock at night, and then not sleeping until like 2 or 3. I would have a cup of coffee before I left, a cup of coffee when I got to work, a monster midday, sometimes a second monster, and then finish my day with a venti latte.
Goodness. Oh my
My
goodness.
Hey, Liz.
And this
Hey,
was
Liz.
like mostly every day.
And
What'd you
your
say, Carl?
heart is
I mean,
should
Erin.
not.
I want you to know that my notes now have location tags at the top of each session. So at the top of each session it has every location that we were at in that session.
Wow. So proud.
So to
Your notes
clarify,
are better than my non-existent ones.
Session 1, the forest that we walked through, that was the forest of Alethkar, right?
The forest of Duragma, actually.
Duragma. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes.
Well, the Duragma Wilds, specifically.
Duragma. Okay, we'll put that down.
It was all kind of like just the general area, including the rocky area and all that. Just everything like above the Asian Sea was just considered the Duragma Wilds.
Very well. Very well. We're fixing
People
up
just
the
don't
notes.
stray too far north at that point. It's dangerous.
But luckily, since day 1, I have been pretty consistently detailed.
Very proud. Very proud.
And I would like you to know that now that you have told me how Atol's name is spelled, I mentally pronounce it Etoile because that's how it looks. So
Yeah,
she's
it's a name
French now.
I heard a while ago. And I don't even know if the pronunciation is the correct pronunciation because it was people using the name from a different language in a different language. So, yeah. Who knows if that was right a pronunciation, but I like the name Atoll, so I took it.
And I am now attempting to correct my typos because for the first like 4 sessions, I was spelling tall and Atoll wrong.
Yeah.
Spelled
So many
toll,
things
like
with spelling.
Tull.
Mm-hmm. Tall. Yo, Nathan, you look like you're in a smoky room. You should get down closer to the floor. There'll be less smoke on the floor.
I won't asphyxiate
Unless
myself.
he's smoking.
Big brain.
It's just a smoke screen.
Smoking on camera. This isn't family friendly anymore.
I can't let my sisters watch this anymore.
We don't run a family-friendly stream here, so.
Yeah, we do.
Basically, from now, since then, yeah. I've actually made
My
myself
bad.
a list
We're
of
getting
curse words for my game, for the world itself. I just
I
never
have-
think about it.
I have a whole list of Goliath insults and curses.
Beautiful.
Okay. Hello.
because of the high storms and stuff like that, I'm gonna try to be using like storm it all, storm and kind of thing. Storms. Anyway, so back into this. Where were we? Atoll pummeling, getting pummeled. Yes. Okay, Karhale, side note, Anala, you and Karhale both just do recognize that Atoll's looking pretty bloody and bruised at this point. And just looking at the way that she's just scrapping for, like, almost like just doing whatever she can at this point, scrapping with this kid, she looks like she's been through a few fights already. Because you guys haven't gone looking for her for a while. She's looking like, yeah. Anyway,
I'm so proud.
she's been through a few fights already. She's looking pretty rough, and she also still has that point of exhaustion, and like you can still see the bags under her eyes, and she's running down at this point. So she's she's leveling, she's choking this guy out as well as she can, this kid, and the kid actually just yanks on her arm, and she loses the hold as he twists the arm behind her and stuff, and slams her into the ground. And he's just using his weight against her at this point, and she's just like flailing her limbs and everything. And he presses in. As he does that, you hear a crack and everything, and like a grunt of pain that's been muffled by like her biting her own lip and such. And everyone around him, everyone around the circle starts like slamming their chests and like hooting and everything, clapping each other on the back and everything. And you see a couple kids with like black eyes and like bleeding faces and just generally scratched up bodies, looking delighted at this new happening. And so the kid, you see Atoll kind of get leverage, arching her back, and rolls herself over to where she can get her legs around this other kid, and using one of those like jujitsu wraparounds where you're like in control state. She does get herself on top of him. So she scissors him down to the ground to where she's on top of him, and one arm's kind of limp at the side, but she still slams him in the face with her fist. And this kid who's been looking pretty rough, like he's like, she breaks his nose, and you see like the crack, the small like little twist of the nose as he cries out in pain, not quite holding it back as well as she did. And then you see actually another kid break from the circle and shove her off of him and like get on top of her and start like trying to hit her again. And the kid that was on the ground, he kind of like, go ahead.
I'm gonna go pull that kid off of her because that's cheating.
So you kind of push your way through the crowd, and everyone's like, oh, like backing away and muttering things that you don't understand. You do catch a couple thrown words of outsider and like maybe we should, and you don't understand quite everything that's going on there, but you hear the outsider word, and
I'm just gonna
you
pick
step
him
forward.
up, plop
It's
him
a
right
pretty little
down
kid.
where
This
he
kid
was.
seems to be like 10, maybe.
I'm gonna plop him right back where he was, and I'm gonna keep a hand on his collar.
And Atoll kind of looks at you, and she's just breathing really hard at this point. Like one of her eyes is like the blood kind of vessels that like broke across it, so you can see like the red coming into the eye a bit. And she's just looking generally pretty bruised at this point. And she's like kind of holding the arm at her side. And the other kid who sits up, and his eyes are just watering so much, and he can barely like see, the one with the broken nose. And he gets up, and the other kids are saying something to him, and he starts saying something back, and he's kind of glaring at you. And they all kind of like glare at Atoll a bit. And the kid didn't understand what you said, as a side note.
No. I didn't actually
Yeah.
say that. That was me
Oh,
saying
okay.
that.
You put it back
To
where he
him.
was.
To him, I just attempt the word dishonor in Druidic.
Mm-hmm.
It will attempt.
Even with that, they actually all start to pull away now. And they all start kind of backing away from the fight, the ring that they made, and they all kind of disperse, walking off into
Fight fair, kids.
into the crowd, watching the dancing and such. And you're left with Atoll lying, kind of half sitting, half lying on the ground there, clutching her arm. And she's kind of looking at you, kind of a little bit frenzied, almost like the adrenaline's still pumping through her. And she gets up onto her feet and she stands up. If you don't say anything, she's just going to keep moving and she's going to walk away.
Oh, I will say, I know you had it. You were definitely going to get him. But not if they weren't going to fight fair.
Already got the other 4. And she kept on walking.
Anala goes, I was going to ask if she was okay, but
I feel like a
I
proud
guess she's
mama
doing
hen.
pretty well for herself.
I feel like a proud mama hen.
Atoll keeps on moving and keeps walking. And her shoulders are kind of hunched inward a bit.
I'm going to follow her, and if she doesn't go towards the rest of the group, I'm going to nudge her towards Ahura, who hopefully has some sort of healing magic up his sleeve left for today.
As you kind of try to nudge her, she is actually veering toward the tent that you guys were put in initially, the little prison tent. She's like, stop, leave me alone, just leave me alone. And she keeps moving.
Would you like your arm to not be broken anymore?
I'm fine on my own.
Sure. And I'm going to continue nudging her towards the group.
You'll have to physically drag her if you do want to do that.
I will princess carry her over to the group.
Put me down. I can walk fine.
Oh, really?
Yes, and she's going to just struggle, flail like a fish in your arms, trying to slip out of your, and like it's causing her pain as she's doing it, but she continues flailing. And you can easily hold on to her though as you guys make it back to the main group. You guys see Karhale carrying a beaten, flailing Atoll back to you guys.
And I'll approach Ahura. You got anything left for today?
Put me down.
She definitely broke her arm, and I'll put her back down. You're muted.
You're on mute. Sorry.
Freaking doing that. I'm not used to muting myself. No, I say, I kind of mutter something underneath my breath and give a little hand gesture as I say, I have just a little bit left, but it is for those who learn not to pick fights. And then I finish the spell.
Oh,
and toss what?
Oh, sorry. As you said that, she does answer. I wasn't the one picking the fight. As she's still flailing in your arms, Karhale, waiting for you to let her go.
I put her down.
Then
she immediately starts walking away.
I still finish the spell, which it's D4 plus something, plus 4? I don't know. Hold up. Well, I will tell you the number here in a second, but then I say, I follow her and say, then it is for those who learn not to wander off.
She turns back and glares at you. Save your pity for someone who wants it.
I didn't realize I had that spell. I would have done that one instead.
I didn't ask for your help.
It's 8 healing that she gets dumped into her.
So her arm immediately, like the magic that you send out and everything, it kind of swirls around her arm, and um, it had actually been more of a dislocated shoulder, but it snaps back into place, and you hear her kind of like grunt in pain again, and she just continues glaring at you. Don't help me. I don't want your help. And she turns away and
You would
ducks
not
into
be
the tent.
alive without my help.
I don't care, as she shouts from inside the tent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I continue to mingle.
Rebellious teenagers, man.
You did get the idea, though. She's like very much. She was very much like vibrating with, from your general insight, Ahuda, like vibrating with fear in general. Like this was the reaction of an animal that's just been like cornered and kicked by a bunch of
I
kids.
kind of
deal.
figured.
Yeah, and you
actually,
do get that sense of panicked animal reaction.
Actually, forget mingling. I've mingled enough. I will return to where the group is kind of standing, and just say, I ask this with all earnesty. What the heck are we going to do with that one?
I haven't the slightest idea.
I don't know if we're honestly the best people to help her out here.
Well,
I kind of look around and say, looks to me like we're the only people to help out around here.
You should probably go after your friend.
She went in the tent. She's okay. Give her space, and then I don't know. Maybe I could train her a little bit. Knock
you
knock
were a
the
teenager
nervousness out
once.
of her.
You were a teenager.
You were a
once, Nala.
teenager once.
Kanari is presently a teenager.
Well, I was saying that to Nala,
Oh, I'm still a
Who looks-
teenager.
who looks slightly older. Does she look slightly older?
She looks about your age.
Okay.
Presently, the dance is coming to a close. The drums are fading out a bit, and the singing kind of continues as the drums fade out. And the end of the dance, you see one of the females with the brightest of plumage on her in her decorative outfit, and she stops in a pose that's kind of angled up toward where the sun would be if the sun were up, and just the light of the torches around reflecting off of her colorful visage, and everyone starts clapping and people are hooting, and at this you guys see a bunch of young men kind of going up to the stage and kind of pairing off with the young women that were up there. But anything you guys are doing during this time?
Could I look around and see if the shaman's back?
At this point, yes. So actually she will be making her way through the crowd and spies you out, not really too far from where you'd been, and she makes her way to you, and she goes, okay, well, I conversed with a friend of mine. From what you described to me, the connection, it seems she may be able to help. We will deal with that come tomorrow. She has much healing to do by way of children getting into fights as children do, so.
I mean, who are we to stop the fun?
Yes. How could we stop the fun, more like? I will be making my way to bed. I've had quite enough of, and like her hands are just burned, like damaged, like raw, painful looking injuries on her hands. So she's like, I've had quite enough. I'm going to go rest and make myself a burn salve for this.
Am I there?
Oh yeah, you're in the vicinity. You do hear this.
Okay, then I'm gonna dump a healing word into her. It's my last spell. So I'm
Okay.
just gonna kind of, and I'm not even gonna.
What
I'm
do you
not gonna
say?
be in the.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna kind of from the outside just say, just whisper. Oh shoot.
Pressure.
Something healthful.
Helpful.
I will say, let night cool what the sun has burned.
And at that, you see the swirl of energy kind of circle around her hands, and the hands that had been crinkled with like the burned skin and the redness of her skin smoothly transitions back to healthy skin. And she's super confused, and then she looks askance at you, Carhole, because you're like right in front of her.
Did I notice him do that?
It's kind of a distance thing. I don't think it's like necessarily visual beyond seeing the healing itself happen. So
Yeah, and I would have been kind of like looking away, like, oh, is that a bird?
that was odd. Okay. Did your mother teach you how to?
I have no healing magic aside from practical, good old-fashioned herbs and medicine.
Probably the best skill you could have learned, I would say. Small bursts of magic for healing is easily gone quickly. Knowledge is the best practice, I think. I will bid you adieu. Bid you adieu.
One more thing. You said I reminded you of your grandson. Who is that?
His name?
Well, yes.
His name? Guasla. He was a sweet boy.
Was?
He was killed during a Talon raid. I believe I told you that previously.
Oh, I thought you said your son.
Oh, my apologies. My son and his family were all killed in the same raid.
You have my condolences.
It was a long time ago. I don't need condolences. I need justice. We intend to get that for the entire tribe. Though I appreciate the sentiment, nonetheless.
I'll give her a respectful bow.
She bows back. I hope your rest is calm, undisturbed. I will see you at first light. And she turns away.
All right.
Has anything else happened while I've been out? Like,
beyond you stumbling upon a group of gamblers, they're throwing what look to be long sticks with different symbols on them, and some people losing and crying in pay, like groaning or whatever at the loss, and some of them hooting at the win. You see another group of people. You see a bunch of couples kind of that have split off from this from the dancing activities, making their way into different huts and whatnot. You see other people collectively eating different foods that are being spread around. You see, you do stumble upon a group of, it seems to be almost like a booth, but the person running this booth to an extent is piercing the ear of a younger man there, and it's like just a rod of silver seemingly being pierced into his ear, and the kid's like holding that, like just biting his lip as it pierces through his ear, and there's seems to be a line of other people waiting their turn. But yeah, besides just random activities like this, you don't find a toll.
Go get your ear pierced, Nemo.
I'll yeah, I'll just do a full loop around the arena, and if I don't, well, yeah, and then just come all the way back to the tent.
You circle back, and you do see other like little scuffles of different fights and whatnot, but also just yeah, different things like that. You circle back and you find your group of people, and they're all kind of looking a little, I don't know, strained maybe at this point. And you see Ahuda, you see Carl Holly and the shaman woman disconnecting.
Okay. Where is Atoll?
She's in the tent,
So we found her.
more or less.
Okay, let's gather everything up and let's leave.
And for everyone, go into the tent. If you're, what are you doing? Go in the tent.
What do you, Kanari? Do you want to stay longer? Everything is wrapping up.
Then
Everyone's
I put my hand on his mouth.
If we are to discuss anything, let us do it out of view.
They don't care. No one here cares. Do you see anybody caring about us right now?
Ow.
Ahura just walks away.
Do we
Like,
see
to the
anyone caring
tent.
about us, DM?
Anyone who can see can roll a perception check.
Fair enough. Fair
Ahura's
enough.
already going to the tent, so
Yeah.
he's not looking.
Did anyone else want to look around to see any leering, listening individuals?
I guess I will.
No. Your character wouldn't do it. Don't do it. Like, you.
Yeah, you're fine.
I was just gonna head back to the tent after our conversation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you guys both make it to the tent. Anala, are you doing anything? Would you like to do anything?
Just following them to the tent at this point.
Nemo, were you wanting to roll?
Yeah, I rolled an 11.
You're looking around, and the faces that you're seeing around you, the crowd and everything, they seem to be pretty distracted, but it's kind of hard to tell. There's a lot of people.
Yep.
Even now.
I'll go straight after. As soon as Ahura leaves, I'll just take a quick look over my shoulder and then follow after him.
Mm.
Well, if everyone's going, I was back to the tent.
Back in the tent. You guys, Ahura, when you first entered the tent, you did see Atoll kind of sitting in the back corner of the cage that's still just open, like the door kind of just swinging. Or it's not really a swinging door as much as you kind of have to push it a little bit. But yeah, she's just sitting in the corner, face turned toward the other side of the tent, like just facing away from you guys, trying to, cold shoulder anyone who tries to approach her.
I'll walk over to her and just be like, Atoll, what happened? Where have you been?
She doesn't answer.
I'm gonna go over and crouch next to her again. You said she's in like glooming
She's
in
just
the corner.
She's just sitting in the corner, kind of making herself as small as like she can, which is pretty small. She still doesn't answer, but she kind of like hunches in a little bit more.
I'll just crouch next to her. Do I see any visible injuries or anything like that?
Yeah, you see bruising, you see blood here and there. On her head you can see like some blood on the side of her head. Her face is turned away from you though. You see general like finger like bruising around her like upper arms, lower arms, and like her knees are bloodied. Some of her clothing's more ripped than you might have seen before.
I'm gonna call the Karhale. Did she fight with you? Did she join the game? Yeah.
With me? No.
Yeah.
You think I would do this? You think I would fight a child and not
everyone
even
else
handicap
has.
himself?
Everyone else has fought.
I
It's
didn't
not so
fight
far
her.
a question.
I didn't fight her. If I were to fight someone so unevenly matched. No offense, dear. So
No, did you
unevenly
fight
matched.
with her? You fought with Anala, Kanari, and Ahura fought. Everyone fought here.
Oh, I see. Yes, she did fight with someone a little more evenly matched than I.
It's fine. All right, then I'll just I'll quickly throw a healing hand on Atoll and then whisper in her ear, "Come join us. We need to discuss leaving," or something like that.
She kind of flinches when the magic like touches her, basically the bluish energy that comes from your fingertips, and she does actually kind of twitch in your direction, like she was gonna look at you, but then she turns back, curls up, and she's like, "I don't care. You guys make your decision. I'll make mine."
Ahura, by this point, like almost as soon as he entered, went kind of to the opposite corner and just like Asian squatted and like kind of like put his head in his hands.
Anala kind of turns to Faharle and asks, "Is your friend always like this?" Referring to Atoll.
Pretty much.
I am right here. Stop talking about me like I can't hear you.
Well, you could try talking to us, but apparently that didn't work for you.
Just leave me alone, okay?
I'll go and join the group. That's 5 points, by the way. 5 hit points. I'll just go join the group that's in the middle.
Yours was 9, right, Ahura?
My what?
Your hit points from before were 9? 8.
Kanari's gonna kind of walk over to Huda and kind of like do like a gentle kick. You know, like when you kind of just like tap someone with your foot to get their attention, like, "Hey, you okay?"
Roll for damage.
You did this to Atoll?
No, Ahuda.
He just he kind of straightens up. Yes, just a little tired from the day.
She doesn't believe him, but she doesn't say anything. Just walks away.
When she walks away, he just kind of like falls back, just like lays there, just like looking up at the tent ceiling.
Anala makes her way over to Atoll and kind of squats down next to her and says, "I know we don't really know each other, but is there anything I can do to help?"
Just leave me alone.
Why do you want to be left alone so bad? Your friends just want to help you.
Just leave me alone, okay? Please. And she's still like just turned away from you.
She just kind of puts her hand on her shoulder and says,
She twitches and like flinches away.
and she brings her.
Oh no!
We'll never know.
Better
He
Wi-Fi.
brings her.
Say it again. She brings
what?
her.
Did I freeze again? Did I freeze again?
Yeah.
Yep.
My Wi-Fi sucks. She just kind of brings her hand back and says, "Well, if you need anything, me and your friends are gonna be standing over here, okay?"
Thanks.
And she just goes back and joins them in the middle.
All right, Nemo. What were you so desperately trying to tell us out there?
Let's leave tonight. I don't want to be here for longer than we have to.
You know, I don't think I can express to you how truly God's awful that idea is.
How do you propose we get out of here?
We leave. They obviously don't care about guarding us.
They don't care about guarding us because they know we're outnumbered.
And outmatched. Just still like laying there, just
Man. Oh, man.
Um,
It seems like you guys all need a right-hand man. So, never mind, continue.
It's fine.
You easily dispatched 4 of their best warriors. And if we leave in the middle of the night, we can get at least a day's journey away from here.
Here,
I
wait.
don't-
How many of them are there? Just as a like
Of the tribe?
estimate, yeah. Like, are we talking?
You
50 or are
haven't
we
really
talking
seen the whole
300?
thing. This is more 300, maybe upwards.
I could easily take out 2, maybe 3. There's 300.
I'm not saying we fight. I'm saying that if 1 or 2 of them were in our way, we could easily take them and then get in through the night.
Yes,
I'm
and
sick
then
of
have
being here.
5 or 6 more take their place, and then 5 or 6 more until we are facing 20, 30. Ahura kind of sits up on his elbow.
So what do you suggest? We stay here until what?
Until
They've
we
given us
get-
no alternative. We gave ourselves up, and we have had our time here. Let's leave.
We've not had time here. We've been here for hours.
Yes. And they accomplished nothing. We accomplished nothing.
Look.
as much as I like fighting, I do think that we've gotten on a somewhat better side of them at this point, and we're trying to offer them a solution to let us go. So
Until when?
Look. Tomorrow morning, I'm on good terms with the shaman. She said, I had an idea, actually. And she said, tomorrow, once their healer is rested, might have a spell that could remove this from me.
So you want
And-
them to have it now?
I don't particularly want to have it anymore. Because are you forgetting why we're here? You know where
Why
I want
are we here?
We're here because of the stupid you-know-who kidnapping us from our homes. And you know where I want to be right now? Not here.
We could
And you know what
easily
gets me?
move
You know
on
what
with our
gets me
mission
home?
and get closer to accomplishing that if we weren't here.
Would you all just shut up? Look at us. We are in no position to do anything. We are in no condition to do anything.
And whose
Go
fault
to
is that?
freaking sleep.
We gave up ourselves for absolutely nothing.
Oh, wait. Kidnapped? Mission? What is... Who are you guys? You're the oddest group I've ever come
I'm
across.
sorry.
And I've come across
We
a lot
do
of
not have
odd
time for
people.
Anala,
There's no
Ahura,
time for explanations. If we live through this, then we might let you in on that.
Deal.
Limousine.
I scratch your back. You scratch mine.
We'll
can you not
Let's see
scratch
if
your
we
own
live.
back?
Confused.
But
I'm confused.
Limousine, go to sleep.
I
Rest.
will wait till morning, but I hate it here. And I'm not waiting any longer than that.
acknowledge. Now
I'm
take
just picturing
yourself
this little kid like, I hate it here. I want to go home. Stop it.
Now take yourself a nappy nap and get yourself right.
Here's some food. Just calm down. Some Cheerios.
I
It'll
think
be fine.
sleep is probably best for us all at this point.
I want to get out of here as much as you. Is it Nemo? Right?
Yes.
I want to get out of here as much as you do, Nemo, but I think your friend's
Anala,
right.
you were
I
here
think
for a
we need to-
completely different reason. I'm sorry you were captured, but that has nothing to do with us.
That is true, but maybe I could help you guys out. You could help me out.
That's
I
fine.
scratch your back. You scratch mine.
It's an Alephian
No one
phrase.
know what-
People just don't get it outside of the country.
We'll wait till the morning.
Doesn't translate into common well.
Such a weird phrase.
Get your
Fine.
sleep.
We'll
We'll
wait
wait
till
till
morning.
morning.
Okay, so as you guys settle down to take a long rest, is anyone staying up, or are you guys all gonna be sleeping at once?
I think we should have a watch.
Okay,
I don't
so
trust them.
Are they
I'm
just
just gonna
leaving us in that tent to sleep for the night, or do we have like a separate place, or is that just our hut basically?
I mean, you guys haven't tried to go anywhere else, really. It's just the tent they brought you to. Assumedly, it's where they're expecting you to sleep. There's nothing to sleep on. There's no like bedrolls. It's just dirt.
I did try to get us elsewhere.
You did. He
Yeah.
did. But
So
they're
this
like,
is
no.
definitely where we're supposed to be.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Yes. So, since previously established, we had the 3 people playing, and we only needed 3 watches. There only has to be 3 watches. So whoever wants to do the 3 watches can.
I will.
And if you guys want to be accompanied to have advantage on those rolls, you can. But yes, up to you guys.
There are 6 of
I'll
us.
take first watch.
I will right off the bat. I'm going to leave and just observe the southern plateau thingy for like
Okay.
an hour or so, just to see what it
Okay,
is.
so you walk out, and the crowd itself is still having their fun. Basically, a lot of people seem to be in groups drinking, and others still fighting it out until they get tired, bone tired, and then still others still gambling and whatnot. Everything still seems to be going on. You make your way to the southern edge, and go. Are you doing this low key, or are you doing this just chill?
Pretty low key, yeah.
Roll stealth, please.
Sneakily. Oh please, oh please, oh please. 19.
Oh, okay. So you slip out of the tent, making your way as carefully and quietly as you can. You don't seem to be drawing attention at the moment. Go ahead. What are you trying to ascertain from this southern edge? Like the best spot to leave from and stuff?
I am going to leave as if I was sneaking away, as if I was trying to leave like in the middle of the night and go as far as I can by like 30 minutes and then just come back. So the best trail, the best route, ascertaining.
The tribe is pretty big, so making your way through the tribe itself takes a while. You keep on going. You get to the edge where so this whole this chiefdom is in kind of a lower level than the highest that the plateau goes. So it's almost like a step down. You come up to the edge to that step, and you do see at this point that there are guards that are stationed at different points along the edge of the south side on atop the plateau, and you know that across over the plateau it's just a cliff, straight face down kind of thing. But it was the easiest to get out this direction, probably because of this cliff. There are watchers up there, and you see them, and they're facing out in the distance, facing southward, watching. But no real focus inward toward the tribe itself. They are keeping an eye out toward the south, as though something there would be the danger rather than behind them. Anyway, so as you make your way looking through, no one troubles you. You rolled pretty high. You weren't noticed, or you weren't stopped, at least. And yeah, so as you are looking around, you do see that you would have to use this side exit. You would have to climb down the face of the cliff, basically, to do so.
Okay.
Is what you ascertain.
Okay.
Which there are ropes that you know have been used to climb down these cliffs, which you guys had been brought up on, or scaffolding, like you'd been lifted on the pulley system and such. But you don't know where exactly that is until you get up there.
Okay. I'm going to. So how far have I traveled? For about how long?
I'd say it's about 35, 40 minutes just walking out to this edge.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's a big place.
Okay. I'm going to No, I'm just gonna go back.
Okay, so 1 hour later, what are you guys up to?
As far as I
Sleeping?
know, I'm on watch.
Mm-hmm.
Sleeping. The rest of us are sleeping.
Kanari's gonna spend a little time. She's gonna pull out one of the katanas that she took from Yang and start practicing with it a little bit, just trying to get used to how it feels and stuff like that. So, and then she'll go to bed.
Okay. Ahura, you observe her using this katana that seems to be of interesting make.
I try
And,
not to actually.
looking away, dodging.
She
I'm
can't
just
see
trying to
you. So.
avoid any and all like stimuli. I trying to just like shove it all out.
The rest of you guys going to bed. Is anyone doing anything during this time?
I was
Carhale and
gonna
all.
do something on my watch.
Okay. So this watch, it consisted of Ahura and Kunari, right? You guys were
No,
both
I was
watching?
the next watch. I was just staying up for a little bit, not long, just like half an hour, and I'm going to bed.
Okay. Okay.
So I come back
Nemo,
during,
you make it back halfway
Ahura.
through Ahura's watch, unmolested, seemingly.
Yeah. You like as you walk in, you just kind of like hear and see him kind of like see Ahura kind of straighten up.
They
Oh,
put you on first watch,
it's
huh?
just you. Very well.
You don't happen to still have that tea, do you?
We drank it.
Hmm. Fine then.
Oh,
Were
wait.
you the one that-
Who drank it? Oh, okay.
He's
You're
just-
lying. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Um,
They drank it to help them sleep better.
Fair enough. Were you the one that knew about the tea?
Yes.
Would you be able to show me what these tea leaves do? And I'll
Oh,
pull
yeah.
out the orange ones and show them to him.
I really think this is better reserved for morning. And I walk outside of the tent.
Oh, that's fine. I will then I will go to a Toll's thing. A Toll's asleep, right?
Still curled up. You can't quite tell from there. Seemingly.
I'll go over and whisper if she's still awake. Don't worry, I'm just getting my things. And I'll go through her stuff and get my vials of my spirits.
Oh,
She does flinch away from you, actually, when you whisper, but
Okay.
doesn't react beyond that.
I did throw my pelt on her before I went to bed.
Got you. She's not shivering. It is cold, by the way, guys. It is pretty cold.
I will.
I'm made of stone. It's fine.
Yeah, I'll just like put a hand on her and say goodnight, and then I will. Yeah, I'll just lay out my things and go to sleep.
Okay. Ahura, go ahead and roll me a perception check for.
I'm not watching.
You're not.
No.
Gotcha.
No, I'm actually the entire time that I'm on my like watch, I am like frantically considering what we should do and like muttering prayers to the earth. Like just the entire time. There's no I don't see anything, hear anything. I'm just shut down
Okay.
out of stress. Once I've left everyone else's view, that is.
Got you. The general hubbub is just this haze that's going on around you, and
that's about all it would be.
Yeah. Okay, your watch ends.
Yeah, at some point I wake somebody
seemingly
else
happening.
up, Kanari, and then I just like walk around the back of the tent where she's not, and and continue. Like, just prayers for guidance and whatnot.
Yeah. Staying up for too much longer will
I'm
put
gonna
you at
suffer the
risk
point of
of.
exhaustion.
Okay. Got it. So Kanari, you wake up. He doesn't go back into the tent to sleep. He goes kind of behind. You don't know where he goes, rather, but he does not go back into the tent after he wakes you up.
Okay.
And now it's your watch. Is there anything you'd like to do on your watch?
Just gonna talk to Ty for a little bit. They haven't talked too much lately, just with everything that's been going on.
Yeah, I've been doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. I don't know, just really confused about what's going on. It's kind of crazy. Like, stuff just keeps on getting thrown at you guys, like, left and right. It's like you're cursed. I guess you
We
kinda
are technically cursed. That's true. What do you make of this new person?
The Ahura guy?
No, Anala.
Oh, Anala. She seems nice enough. She's actually seems really sweet. I mean, she didn't even know Atoll at all, and she was trying to be really sweet to her. Honestly, though, Kanara, I'm really worried about Atoll. I mean,
I know. Sometimes you just gotta tough it out, and you gotta not let things get to you. And she's doing everything into her.
just like holding back everything isn't the healthiest, Kanari. You should know that at this point.
It's worked out fine for me.
I question that greatly.
I'm still alive, and yeah, I'm still alive.
That does not bode well, Kanari. Goodness.
Hey, maybe.
Do I hear Kanari saying this?
Oh
stuff?
no, this is all going on in her head.
Okay.
Like,
yeah, I probably wouldn't
I
have heard
do,
it anyway.
Sometimes I do mutter out loud to her, but yeah, right now it's just my head.
Although actually, Kanari, I guess now that we're talking, I don't know if you've noticed really, but when you go to sleep and you'll see some moments from when I had a body.
They aren't particularly good moments, it seems like.
Normally I do try to show you, what I can that's the best, but I don't know, ever since you woke up, it's been kind of just the bad parts. And I just wanted to say sorry. I mean,
It's
I
not
don't
your
know.
fault.
It's been a while since I thought about that stuff.
I'm sorry that it's coming up and that my life is bringing all that up for you again. That's not what I want.
I don't know. It's kind of, if you lose your first home and then you kind of make a new one, and then you lose that one too, it's kind of, I don't know. It's hard.
I'm sorry that we had to go. We had to, though.
Yeah, I do not blame you at all. That was rough. But you made it out.
Yeah, barely. Well, I'll try to help Atoll if you want me to.
Please do. I'm so worried about that girl. I
that's
feel like
not my forte, you know it, but I'll try.
It's like, okay, some of the animals that would be like, oh, actually, better example. You know how when you first met Jinyan and the way he reacted to you? She's reminding me of that. And it's, sometimes he lashed out, and I'm kind of worried that she might, and what that'll do to her, I guess. I don't know. So.
I suppose. I still think she's going to have to get a thicker skin, but we'll see. I'll try to help her. I'll try.
A thicker skin can't save us from everything, Kanari.
We can pretend like it does.
Sure we can.
I'll try.
Go ahead and roll your perception check, Kanari.
Please don't. Drop my die. 2 12s. Okay. 17.
17. Were you inside the tent when you were doing this perception check? Were you just using your ears from inside the tent, or were you out?
I was sitting right outside it. Trying to, yeah.
I would say you do overhear a general disgruntled crowd. Like, the crowd has been partying for the first half of your watch, and then about halfway through, something changes. Voices are rising. People, like, basically the party stops, and now it's just voices arguing, stressed, but you don't understand what they're talking about, and it's going on all around you. No one cares that you're outside of the tent, but there's a general energy of tenseness going on in the crowd right now, and this will continue for the rest of your watch. If you want to do anything, you can.
Go ahead. She's not gonna. She's just gonna see if any of that aggression seems to be coming towards them mostly, but just kind of, keep an eye out.
For the rest of your watch, nothing does. Ahura, were you gonna say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say, this being something that actually would pull me out of what was going on, would I have noticed what anybody was saying? I mean, I could roll something at disadvantage or whatever, but
I would say yeah, perception at disadvantage. You hear the change, the shift in the atmosphere. That's the tribe itself.
My first roll was a 19 naturally.
Mm-hmm. The general haze that's gone through you because of the smoke.
Perception 8.
8.
Oh.
Yeah.
You kind of go in and out of hearing and registering what people are saying, and losing it, as if grasping at the wind. As it flows past you, you get the idea, but you can't quite push yourself to care that much. The idea that someone with bad news arrived, kind of thing, but you can't, just doesn't really matter.
Okay, then I'm just gonna kind of reach into a little pouch at my side, take a pinch of something, and just kind of just lay back.
And it burns up your nostrils, and not painfully, it's just
right.
the burn of it.
Yeah.
And
and everything just
you are
colors and
everything
shapes and moving.
Mm-hmm.
And
yep.
In my notes, Ahura does drugs in all capital letters.
Drug addict.
I mean, it's not.
You guys are gonna have to help him through rehab in 3-5 sessions.
Druggy druid.
Not something that totally puts me out of commission, but definitely trying to see some kind of path forward through the use of this substance.
Got you. Go ahead and roll just a general wisdom check for me. And then, Kanari, the rest of your watch consists of just kind of almost a little bit of tenseness, as just the intensity of the crowd's displeasure is growing.
Mm-hmm.
You said general wisdom?
Mm-hmm.
7.
7. As you're trying to connect with the energies that are just flowing through this world, and trying to see some path, something, you lose track of where you're going and why you're there, and instead you follow a line that's connecting you toward chaotic energy swirling in a tornado up to the north, and you get lost in the tornado for a bit, and then you get blown past that to the energy of the storm that's continuing down into the south. And from then on, you are the storm, and you're the storm.
How long does it last?
I don't think we ever decided how long that would last, did we?
It does. We didn't, but I mean,
What's
it was
an
a pretty
average,
small
I guess,
dosage.
high?
It depends on
really
the drug.
depends on- yeah.
Yeah. Some of
I
them are like, 15 minutes. Some of them are like an hour,
I would say
4
this probably
days.
lasts for 30 minutes unless you keep on
Okay.
doing it.
That's fine. Yeah, I wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
If it was a bad trip, I'm not taking it again.
You honestly don't feel too stressed by what you saw where you were. It just wasn't quite what you needed in that moment.
Sure.
You're no less, you're no more calm than
Sure.
like you were hoping you'd be. So Kanara, your watch ends on this disgruntled note. Who do you wake up next?
Carhale. And when I wake her up, I kind of do tell her, just pay attention. They seem like they're getting a bit perturbed out there. I don't know exactly why or against who. Just see if you can tell if they're coming towards us.
Okay, I'll take like a peek out of the tent. Do I see anything?
Yeah, you see the crowd itself. At this point, no longer gambling, no longer the different activities that they're all engaged in. Now it's everyone's collectively around that platform that had been made a while ago, had it been taken down. And you see someone sitting on it, and it seems like they're all discussing something, but they're kind of out of earshot of you.
Okay.
Is there anything
just
you'd like to do? Yeah.
This might end badly for me. I'd like to try to talk to the Stygian and figure out how it works. Since I'm
Okay.
about nearing the 24-hour period of having this thing.
True.
So
I think you've passed the 24-hour
Yeah.
period at this point.
Yeah.
But yes. Okay. So you pick it up, holding in front of you. Close your eyes and try to. Do you say something to it? What are you doing?
I'll just kind of hold it up to my mouth and whisper to it, "What do I do?"
As you say this, everything does like black out for you again, and you're back on that plane of nothing. It's not even really blackness, it's just deepness. And you yourself, you realize at this point, because you're there almost of your own free will, your hands are glowing like a light blue. And your hands look more like claws. And at that, you hear echoing as though right behind you, but it's actually, you see a figure appear in front of you, far away, almost could be a mile, could be 10 feet in front of you. Facing away from you, just a figure sitting almost cross-legged, facing away from you, and almost hovering in the air. And what do you mean? What do you do?
Well, I've never possessed an ancient evil amulet.
Noobs. Listen, I know you probably are all excited about like the cosmic power that you're getting with this thing.
Not really.
Oh, not excited? And the figure in the distance kind of turns and faces you. You can't quite make out what they look like though, but they're facing you
Can
now.
I like take a step or two forward?
You try to step, and yet it's like you're swimming in water, and it's like there's no ground here, except you start moving forward, rather by the will of you wanting to, rather than moving itself.
Mhm.
And you do draw closer, and the figure's there, maybe 5 feet in front of you, maybe some other distance. It's hard to quantify, but you can see them. They're black hair, black robes, a sideways smile. So you're saying that you didn't want this amulet. You didn't pick it up of your own free will?
I mean, I earned it, if that's what you're asking.
Earned it?
I passed
How'd you
the
do
trials.
that?
I passed the trials.
What trials?
Oh. You don't know this was sitting in a temple, guarded. I had to pass a bunch of trials just to get this. But I
Wait.
didn't even want this.
Was my body there?
Am I wearing the amulet?
You look down, and the amulet is around your neck, and your body's a bear.
Oh, dope.
A bear
A bear.
or bear?
A
A
light
bear.
blue
A
silhouette.
bear.
Oh,
A bear. Not naked. A bear.
I see.
B-E-A-R.
Yeah.
Also, you are naked as a bear.
Yeah.
Bear.
You are bare naked. Sorry, continue.
Oh, that was good. Well, I actually thought I was getting a choice of different artifacts, and I didn't actually want this. I wanted to leave it locked up in the temple where it was.
So
They
you
said
were
I
given
had
this for free?
pretty much.
Someone just handed this to you on a silver platter.
Yeah. Well, a stone platform, but same deal.
That's wild. Okay.
Wait, sorry.
Yeah, I was like all prepared to be, a total dick, for lack of a better term, about this for you, because I thought, picked it off my dead body.
Oh,
Probably,
no.
like,
No. I didn't kill you. If that's what you're asking. Sorry, I don't even know who you are.
don't worry, honey, I know you didn't kill me.
The one
Okay.
where Holly becomes a warlock.
And my plan
Honestly,
all along,
though,
guys.
were
Been my
you
plan
wanting
all
to
along.
level into warlock all of a sudden? Anyway.
I told you guys I was going to be a druid. Nah, warlock.
Lies.
Wait, so no, what's your name? I have no idea who you are.
The last guy who used this. Have you not heard of me?
I mean, I've heard of you,
That's
but
hurtful.
not by.
Oh, you have heard of me. Okay,
I've
good.
heard of you, just not by name. I just know that you tried to destroy the world. Ended up destroying you.
That is a complete simplification of what happened.
Okay.
Anyway, okay.
Well, give me a synopsis. Your name, why you got this, and what you did with it. Briefly.
That's a high call. Okay. People called me Xian Wei. Who knows what people are saying now? You can call me Xian if you'd like. You seem like a nice enough bear.
Yeah, I'm not actually a bear, but it's whatever.
Could have fooled me. Anyway, I would have thought I'd be more adverse to, a bear holding the Stygian, but it's kind of amusing. So, anyway, I used the Stygian originally. Well, it's a long story. Destroyed some people, saved others. is a simplification. Yeah. It's pretty rough though. I'm sure you're already experiencing that.
I've literally had this for like a day. And people
Obviously,
are
we
already,
haven't really chatted yet, so.
yeah, this is. I'm Carholic, by the way. This is weird.
Nice to meet you, Carhole. Hopefully you are stronger than the amulet. Good luck.
So can I ask you how do I use this?
You
Can
kind of
I-
have to feel it out as you go. The more you have it, the more you'll be able to do with it, is all I'll say. Yeah. It might kill you eventually, as a side note.
I figured, but can I take it off?
Well, yeah. It's just hard.
Okay. Well,
Freaking
Okay.
difficult.
long story short.
Magical help will help the taking it off part.
Oh, okay. Do you know like any spells that would take it off?
Gods, no. It's
Ah.
not my forte. I mean, well, spells are, but not that kind. Not really geared for that.
Well, that's okay, I guess. I'm about the same where you're at, except I'm alive.
Granted, I don't actually, well, I don't have all the knowledge I normally would. I'm pretty sure I might have actually been able to help, but it's just a little piece of me left, you know?
I don't know if this is too personal, but how did you die?
That is real personal, just saying.
You needed to
Kind
have
of a step out of bounds. It's like we just met soul to soul, and you're like asking me my personal business.
In my defense, there are people trying to kill me because I've got this stupid thing on.
All good. Kind of happens to you if you pick it up, you know? Well, I died because of the Stygian. Kinda. It's honestly, that whole time was kind of a blur. Who knows what happened? But I'm assuming, you know, the monsters themselves probably ate me. I have like flashes of things, so something like that probably.
Well, people say that you tried to destroy it.
Yeah, semi-successful. It cracked, and I can feel that there's a piece missing too, so granted, right now, you'll never be able to use it to its full potential, so to speak.
So does that mean it couldn't corrupt me to its full potential?
Maybe. I don't know. I've never worked with a broken Stygian before.
I've never worked
It could
with any
be
Stygian.
also that it's just that much more unstable and it'll kill you that much faster. Who knows?
That's a good point.
Sorry about that. I was trying to, you know, stop anyone from being able to use this again kind of thing, but I guess that didn't work out.
Can I ask you
Maybe I should have thrown it into a volcano. Sorry, what?
Could I ask a less personal question?
Sure. But hold on. At that point,
Yeah.
is Ahura, are you doing anything out and about while you're still
I actually was going to ask, all things considered, I think I would take a point of exhaustion. I don't think Ahura would. Could he have fallen asleep after his like little trip and gained? Because that was somewhere in Kanari's watch.
That's true. Yeah.
I mean, he still would be behind the tent, just like conked out.
And you are open to the elements. I'll have you roll a Constitution saving throw to see if you don't still take a point of exhaustion for that. But yes, Nemo, you're asleep, right? This is all still okay. Then back to you, Carhole. What did you get, Ahura?
11.
11? Good enough. You do not take a point of exhaustion for the next morning, even though it is pretty cold. Karhale, what was your last question again?
Could I ask a less personal question?
Shoot.
Does this bear form make me look fat?
Totally does. And
Okay,
with that, like everything kind of like filters, grays out a bit.
Oh crap! No, that wasn't my actual question. I was attention because I'm stressed.
Everything kind of fades out around you, and you're back in your normal tent. Go ahead and roll me though. Well, actually, we'll do that when you go back to sleep. Never mind.
I had an actual question.
Oops.
Dang it. Well, crap. Okay. I'm guessing I can't ask it.
I mean, you could try.
Oh, okay. I'll just call. If you were going to try to destroy this again, how would you do it?
There's no answer.
I'll ask him later. Assuming I keep this, who knows?
So when you open your eyes again, you're kind of confused as to how long you've been sitting there. And the light is actually filtering in from below the tent flap. And you get the idea that it's sunrise at this point. And everyone, you guys can take your full rests. You get your hit points back. You only get half of your hit dice if you had used them, rounding down, so you get 1 back for level 3. What's it called? Yeah, spell slots back. All of the above.
No more
Karhale,
negatives.
you guys, yeah, everyone kind of starts waking up slowly from the little bit of light coming through. Karhale, it's even a little past like where you would have ended your watch, basically, but you are feeling better. You don't have the -1 and the negative to charisma anymore. Roll me a wisdom saving throw though.
Oh, wisdom, but that one sucks. But these dice don't. 16?
16. Beautiful. Okay. You immediately are flooded with an image of a corpse in front of you lying on the ground, and you are not here, you are elsewhere. You yourself, you bend down and whisper into the corpse's ear, "Wake up." And the corpse sits up, stands, and then you're back in your own body. Go ahead and write down that for creatures of darkness, you can use the command spell as a bonus action. But that only applies to creatures of darkness.
Okay.
And you just know inherently that you can now do that.
Okay.
So the command spell being you can use 1 word, and that'll be the command to the monster itself.
So they're not just going to appear. I have to, like, it has to be already here and existing.
They have to be able to hear you. I think you have to see them too.
Okay.
You can look up the spell if you'd like.
Yeah.
But I believe you need both visual and they have to be able to hear.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to take out my rocks and I'm gonna throw them.
Click, 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 click on the ground, and you see immediately in the formation of the little rocks on the ground that the day is going to be hot all day, and there will be rain.
Oh, you cut out.
Oh, the floor
You
is
cut
going to
out
be
a little.
sorry. The day is going to be hot, and at night it's going to be raining when the sun falls. It'll be a real downpour for a few minutes, like Florida downpour, and then it'll soften to just a drizzle for the rest of the night.
Okay.
First light, everyone, you guys are greeted by the light. Kanara, you're greeted by the sound of shouting, just shouting in the distance, and the general hubbub of a crowd talking angrily. And yeah, you guys wake up in the morning. Ahura, you wake up to being outside, and you're kind of a headache a bit, but none worse for wear. And looking around, you do see the same evidence of disgruntled tribe people that are around, milling about. Some of them looking at you curiously and stuff, but not really with too much concern. And yeah, what are you guys doing?
I'm gonna go find the shaman.
I'm gonna sleep in for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm spending some time preparing spells.
Gotcha.
Do my morning, my morning meditations as well.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of connecting with myself.
Mm-hmm. Kanari, hello. Kanari, you do kind of get a flash of moments in training in the past where pain was used to keep you focused and centered. And you feel the sudden need to cause yourself some form of pain to focus in this moment. But
Okay. Are there any, like, I don't know, rocks or pebbles that are close? She's just gonna like kneel into them, or it's it's not very comfortable, but like, and then force yourself to focus through the pain, kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm. You immediately remember that of the people that had trained you, that there was I don't know how to explain this. Here, I'm going to text this to you, okay? But
okay.
it'll be in a bit. So,
okay, it's fine.
yeah. Continuing on though, what are you guys doing this morning after your guys' meditations and whatnot? And Nala, are you doing anything?
Just is Atoll awake? If she is, Nala's gonna go check to see if she's okay.
You go over to Atoll, and Atoll is still scrunched into the little ball in the corner. Even honestly, the pelt has actually at this point fallen off her shoulders. But she's still there in the same place. And as you near her, she kind of like twitches a bit, keeping still.
Can I tell if she's awake?
She's definitely awake.
She's definitely awake.
Mm-hmm.
Atoll, are you okay?
She actually at that she uncurls and turns around and stuff, and she's still like dirt smudges all over her face and stuff like that, and the blood that's like from the day previous is still there, except the injuries are gone themselves. Just the marks of them are still left, kind of thing. And she turns to you, and her eyes like just heavy bags under her eyes, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks. And all."
Do you need anything? You look kind of sore. You got hit pretty bad.
You should see the other guy. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks. I'm gonna go. And she gets up and walks outside, actually.
Okay, and then Nala's just gonna kind of chill in the tent and clean off, like her weapons and stuff
Mhm.
when she was fighting.
Nemo, do you keep on sleeping in?
I mean, after everyone's done all their stuff, so extra like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, I'll slowly get up, I guess.
You wake up
Um,
to Nala's shiny weapons. Kanari, I don't think you're inside actually, right?
No, because she went and found some like a rocks or something.
Mm-hmm.
Rocks. She grabbed Carhali's rocks and
There you go.
No, those are my special
I'm
rocks.
just kidding.
That's what she says when you grab them.
No,
Like,
those
okay.
are my special rocks.
Okay, dude. What you name them? Are they Tom and Bob or like?
No, those are ridiculous names.
You're the one who has special rocks. Just saying.
They were a gift.
I'm gonna look over at Anala, I guess, and ask where Ahura is, because he's the only one that's not either like right by the tent or whatever, right? He's still like, or did he come back?
He's behind the tent presently, I think.
Well, you slept in though, right?
That
He
is
did.
true. Yeah.
Yeah. So by this point, I would have already.
Okay.
Mhm.
I'll go to Karhale and so when are you going to talk to the shaman?
Right now. Like I was literally opening the tent flap and about to walk out.
Okay.
And you
Let
do
me come with
see Loasi ahead in the crowd conversing with someone already out near where the arena had been before. There's no arena set up anymore. There's a group of the Dao that are conversing presently, and Loasi is amid that.
Okay, I'll go to her.
You came. Semi-punctual. The light's been up for a while now.
I have my morning rituals, you know.
That I do. Now, well, this woman, her name is Wen Ching. She may be able to help you. And then you see the same beautiful young woman from before, black hair in a bun behind her head. I can't speak. Kind of a pinched, like sour look on her face, but she's still beautiful. She comes towards you. She's not in the same colors of the Dao, by the way. She is painted with well, actually, she doesn't wear paint. Sorry. But she comes over to you, still wearing an outfit that she fits in. She's just not wearing paint. And okay, well, I have some ideas of what we could do, but it may be a stress on your body as well as your mind. But we may attempt.
I can take it. I would like to speak to whoever would be receiving the Stygian once it's removed from me.
You'd like to speak to the chief?
Yes. And with you, of course. I feel this conversation would be beneficial if you were there.
Oh crap! I'm not
You're
here to hear
speaking-
this, am I?
You are not. Loasi is the one you're referring to, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Both of them.
Well-
I kind of gestured to both of them.
Mm-hmm. We will definitely accompany you. He will not understand you otherwise, and I feel retrieving his owl will be, well, nigh useless. Let us go.
And so I'm still following her. Are they allowing that or anything? Said?
They look at you They don't really question your presence now.
Okay.
I
At
did.
this point, by the way, Nathan, the suggestion would have worn off by this point.
Yeah, I figured.
I wanted to look around. I would probably be concerned about the guy not understanding me, so I was kind of looking around for Uhura. Do I see him around?
I would have been outside of the tent, but like that's about probably the best that.
You probably would have been able to see him. Like, you guys weren't really super far away from the tent or anything. If you want to grab him, you can.
Yeah, could I wave him over?
Hurry up, hurry up. Ahura, she waves you over. Do you come?
Yeah, I kind of briskly walk, but not quite jog.
I'm gonna yell back
Briskly
to
walk.
Kanari. Yell back
Power
to
walk.
Kanari to.
Oh no, not that. Anything but that.
I'm gonna yell back
What
to
do you say to
Kanari
Kanari?
to gather the others, or to get the other two ready.
You see Kanari, I guess. And you guys, what are you doing?
Oh no, I was just calling back to her to get the other two ready.
Are you okay?
Just choking a little bit. It's like
Don't die.
Atoll has collected her things and is just kind of crouching on the ground with her head to the ground. But yeah, you guys can get ready. Easy peasy. And back to Karhale, and Ahura joins you, and Lawasi nods curtly and continues walking in the direction to the center of the crowd, actually. You guys kind of push through the crowd. They separate for the shaman and her assistant, respectively. And yeah, you guys make it to the center of the crowd. There's the chieftain standing there, chin atop his staff as he's kind of glaring neutrally almost at this man who is not wearing he's painted in red. Someone not from this tribe. And that man is presently speaking in a language you don't understand to the chief. Ahura, you overhear the tail end of a conversation being, yes, 3 nights from now, and I believe that's all I was sent here to say. I've repeated it multiple times at this point, so I'm sure you've understood. May I head back? I need to get this message out, and I haven't slept. And the chief just kind of quietly, stoically glares at the man. Go quickly. And the messenger kind of shrugs a little bit. Like, honestly, this man, he's a lot looser than the other Dao that you've met so far. And you can just immediately tell he's just not from this tribe at all. And he shifts from one foot to the other, and he goes, that's the only way I know how to go. And he takes off on a run directly toward the west, making his way out of the village.
Insight check, was this bad news?
Yes. Go ahead and roll insight check. And just, how are you trying to ascertain this? Body language?
I mean, really, like tonality in the voice, body language, the whole 9 yards. It like whatever helps.
Mm-hmm.
This is insight, right?
Mm-hmm. As a side note, guys, do you guys want to keep on going to 5 hours, or do you guys want to cut us at 4? What do you guys want to do?
I don't care. I don't got anywhere to be.
Okay.
I don't have to get up early anymore since I'm sicko mode. So
that's nice.
I have worked sort of early, but like I'm behind most of you guys, so I don't mind playing for a little bit longer. So
okay. And Nala? I mean, Rachel?
I mean, I'm exhausted, but I'll keep playing for however long because I won't go to bed regardless. So.
Okay, then we can continue then. What did you get, Ahura?
Big 9.
Big 9. just looking at the general, the body language of the chief himself, rather. He's a very stoic man, and just looking at him, he seems to be not happy, at least. And it's easy enough to grasp. But honestly, has he ever been happy this entire time you've been here? Is the question.
Fair enough.
And then the people around, no one had actually been involved in that specific conversation. Everyone's been around, crowded around the chief and this man, but everyone's kind of holding their own conversations. Everyone's discussing their own opinions and such. And it's you get a general consensus just hearing what people are saying and stuff that no one's happy.
Okay, then I'm just gonna kind of whisper to Karhali. Say what you will, but proceed with caution.
Well, I intend to tell him that the Stygian's unstable and could destroy whoever wears it. And it would probably be in our and their best interest to destroy it.
They're never going to listen to that.
You're not there.
Oh no,
Wait.
he is.
I'm
Oh,
literally
I
right
followed.
next to
I thought he
you.
said he stayed behind.
He said
No,
he
I
followed.
said I followed you.
Oh,
But
Well-
still worth talking about.
it's worth a try.
If you
I
say
would
that,
rather- I would sooner have this destroyed than carry it myself, and I would sooner have this destroyed than it fall into someone else's hands. So honestly, I think this is our best course of action.
if
Care
we
to
wanted
argue?
them to destroy it, we could have said that at the beginning. It's not going to happen now. They're just going to think we're trying to find a way out of it.
Well, I may have had a conversation that changed my mind.
Go for it.
That smile. Hmm.
Everyone's being so grumpy lately. My goodness.
It's early
I'm not
morning, it's a Monday. No one wants to be awake
I'm
right
never,
now.
I'm the one wearing evil incarnate around my neck, and I'm
It's
not in a
true.
bad mood.
You're lucky you rolled
Just
high.
you wait. Just you wait.
Ugh. It's fine. It's fine. Wait, we're talking to him. We're talking to him.
Okay.
Waiting for the guy to
Yeah.
leave.
So the man disappears running, and you guys see his painted back, red back disappearing into the distance, as actually as he's almost out of just eye shot of view, as he's almost outside of view. I can't speak. He actually shrinks into a tinier form and disappears almost, and then you see a little black dot almost continue into the air and disappear. But yeah, so the chieftain at this point is just kind of quietly considering with a lowered brow and stoic thought. And at that, Loasi, she's gonna step forward and say something in Druidic, basically just a greeting to the chief, and he'll turn to her with same face, doesn't change, lowered brow, and just no nonsense mood at the moment. And she goes, this child wishes to speak to you about new developments with this relic, and ushers you forward.
I'm so sorry. As she kind of steps forward, I'm gonna just kind of grab her arm and give it a little squeeze and say, just mutter under my breath, "May the earth guide you."
Is that guidance?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Just for clarification.
Yes.
All right. So I'll step up to where Loazi was at, and I'll take a knee and bow my head before I say anything.
Rise.
Oh, did she say that?
He actually said it. It was almost impatient Like, just almost like a curt, get on with it. It was in comment as a side note.
Oh, okay. So I'll just go through my spiel then. Great chief, I fear what will happen with the Stygian once it's removed. It's broken and it's unstable. And I would hate for it to do harm to your tribe.
Loasi translates speaking in Druidic as you're saying this.
I had a little more. I've had it for only a day, and it's done great damage to me. And I am very strong. No matter who wears it, it will destroy you. I plead you that maybe we work together to destroy this piece of destruction.
The chief, listening to Loasi and looking at you as you're saying this, his face doesn't change. Roll a persuasion check.
To give her advantage on that, in addition, I'm just going to add, she speaks by the words of the tribe, and just like give him a salute.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If that gives, any clout.
You can take advantage on it, yes. However, this DC is high.
But it's advantage plus a D4, so.
That's true.
So, with the D4, it's 19.
19?
So not too bad.
He looks back at Loasi and he says, I am surprised at your concern for a group of people not affiliated with you. That is not to say that I respect the concern. Concern for strangers shows weakness. However, do not worry about the Tao. However powerful this relic is, the Tao are more powerful. And Loasi kind of translates this to you with a bit of hesitance, almost as though she doesn't quite like the words, but she actually goes to she actually turns to the chief. Instead of translating for you, is just saying in Druidic. Ahura, you overhear this, but Chief, I have worked on this all last night, and though I could spend more days on it, we know virtually nothing of this. Nothing. I do not know what more we can do except find people who know more. Perhaps if... Honestly, I do not know if we can depend on just my and Wenxing's knowledge. We are not suited to researching such. And the chief kind of looks at her, looks at you. Are you saying anything more, Karhale?
Yes. So I'll say, respect to where respect is due, Chief. I look out for my own tribe, not yours. This is possibly dangerous enough to destroy our entire world. I say this not looking out for your tribe, but for my own. It could very well destroy the Great Tao. I don't question your greatness, but you should certainly not underestimate this evil. I implore you that we destroy this, and the world will be a safer place for the Great Tao
and for my own tribe.
And oh no, never mind.
You can say it. What you
Okay.
want to do?
Sure. I'm gonna step forward also, just reach over and put my hand like on her shoulder, and say, "By the earth," and that be kind of the component to the spell, but also like
Mm-hmm.
faking introduction to the kind of dual purpose there.
Lawasi does side eye you as you're doing this, but she doesn't question it.
Fair enough. By the earth, if not for your brothers in the tribes, do it for your own people. Learn of and destroy this before it destroys you, for it will. Just in case there's another check there.
I'll say a little more. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. You may not even get to destroy the Tollins before this destroys you.
Go ahead and roll an additional persuasion check. It'll be still a high DC, and it's going to be a straight roll because Ahura, what you said, imply that they aren't strong enough still. And even then, Karhali, what you're saying is implying that they're not strong enough. And they don't take kindly to that idea. And so it's just a straight roll. But before that, though, Anala, is there anything you'd like to do while you're back at the tent, basically? You, Atoll, are there alone, I believe. There you go. And Kanori, right? And is there anything you'd like to do, Kanari, as a side note, too? Atoll is sitting down and just not engaging in anything at the moment. Kanari, you're muted if you said something.
Said Anala can go first if she wants.
I'm still thinking, so you can go.
Okay. Kanari's gonna be like, this is for you, Ty, and go and sit next to Atoll and be like, you need to stop pouting. It's not doing you any good.
She looks at you and turns away.
You're really only hurting yourself by doing this.
Doing what?
This whole moody thing, I don't know. Sometimes life's crappy and you gotta deal with it.
And she actually kind of shuffles around to face you. And she's like, okay. It's just... okay. Back in the military, I had a team. I had my squad, okay? They're dead now. It happens. Yeah. I thought you guys were my squad. You guys... Never mind. And she sits back.
I mean, we sort of are. I mean, you seemed fine with us yesterday. What did we do?
Roll persuasion.
Oh, please.
Teenager persuasion.
That's gonna be a 9, I think.
9. She puffs, and if she had bangs, they would like fly up. And she kind of like just scratches at her head a bit. It doesn't matter. You think it's dumb and childish, so it doesn't matter. And she just turns around and cold shoulders.
I'm gonna pick her up and turn around, like stand her up and be like, you're angry. That's fine. I get it out one way or another. I'm gonna hold up my hands and be like, go ahead. start punching.
And she kind of like looks left and right and like locks eyes with you and all, and it's like, am I like? But then looks away because she doesn't know you very well. Like,
Do you need me to start it?
and she'll throw a punch at your like she goes for your chest, but your hand meets her there. It's a pretty solid hit, and it's a good punch.
Yeah.
And after the first one, actually, there's like a pause, intake of breath, and then she's just throwing punches at you, wildly, actually. And it actually, she keeps going, and each punch is getting more and more frantic, and just angry, and upset, and just, and then until you can hear her crying, and she's hiccuping, and she's just punching and trying to hurt you, and
Come on.
but even at this point she's not even trying, actually, and she's just
And then when she's kind of like starts to
falling
kind of
apart.
grab her arms, just be like, "It's okay. You're okay. Get it out. You gotta get it out."
And then finally she's just sobbing onto your chest.
She's kind of really awkward about this. She's like,
Yeah.
"It's okay."
And
Get it
she's
out.
stiff. She's stiff as you're kind of like doing this, but she's just sobbing, and you can feel the wet seeping into your clothing.
And then once you get it out, put on a brave face. No one has to know this happened. And then just kind of sit there till she stops crying, I guess.
It takes a minute, but back to Karhale. What was your persuasion check?
Oh, I haven't rolled it yet. I've just been sitting here stressed. So 19.
Oh, that's
This-
good.
I'm hoping
What?
the DC's not a 20. I'm scared. I'm so stressed right now.
Out of curiosity, would there have been any advantage granted by what the woman said that was with us in Druidic? It's not by what we said, but possibly.
It's a good point. It's a good point. No, I'd say that was a bit after, a bit before. I mean, you guys got
That's
to this
fair.
point.
Yeah, I knew it was a stretch. I just.
But Karhale, you still had a guidance, didn't you?
Oh, I get to add that?
Yeah.
I thought you said I didn't get to add that because of what he said.
No,
So
just no
that is
advantage.
that is a 21.
21. Okay. So you're saying this, and your earnest faces, and just the honesty that you're spouting right now is, he kind of raises his brow, and it's been kind of set in this low-key scowl for a while now, but it kind of smooths out a bit to where he's just kind of looking at the two of you, and he's moved for a moment. But then he stiffens again and says, "You do not understand our way. But I will take what you say into consideration as the Tao move forward with this relic. Do you intend to help in giving it to us? Or will we take it?"
I have already helped. If you ask either of them, I have already been a help. And I intend to continue to do so. Provided we leave here alive. And you take under great consideration my words.
We will take it into consideration. As Loasi, she had nodded, agreeing with what you were saying. He turns to Loasi. "Take it off of her. And we will see what we will do from there." Whether or not we will use it, he kind of eyes the two of you, will be our choice. And he turns, and he is about to step away, and then he turns to Luasi again and says, "Tell." Oh, and he turns to you, Ahura.
Mhm.
This is out of pure. Oh, I can't think of the word. What is it? Dang it. Okay. Courtesy. Okay. This is out of pure courtesy. But there's to be a discussion conference 3 days hence, discussing many things. The Ati have asked for this conference. The Aeon have brought this to our ears. I do not know what place you have among your tribe, but perhaps you should be there. As he turns away and walks.
I will. That was in Druidic, correct? Okay. I probably won't say anything about that just yet. Do I see anybody that like looks like they may have some sway that's like not the chief and possibly a little more simpatico with us than the one guy that we met when we first got here, kind of thing?
Luasi is this older woman who seems to be given a high level of deference from her tribe members.
Sure.
Beyond that, go ahead and roll an insight check as you survey the crowd.
Natural one. I'll just talk to Luasi.
Yeah, you see Luasi and you're like, she's probably my best bet.
Yeah. Then in Druidic, I will just say, though the oh shoot, this is the which tribe is this again?
The Dao.
Dao, yeah. Though the Dao are not known for their hospitality, surely some food might be granted for my people, my friends.
She kind of looks at you a bit, looks at Karhale. You are rather cooperative. I will pass it along. They'll bring it to the tent. And she moves to actually you, Karhale. Shall we continue what we didn't begin in the first place?
I suppose so.
She motions toward the same chair that you had been in before.
I'm gonna stand by on this one.
Still in the open. You guys are kind of still in the center of everything. And Wenning steps up. She goes, my thinking is doing it out here in the open air may be safer for anything that may be in our tent. So, depending on what happens with this, we shall do our best. One moment, I will go fetch a herbal tea and see if that will help things along as well. So she goes off. Luasi just kind of stands there waiting as Wenxing goes off to get some sort of drink for this. And at that point, Kanari, at this point, Atoll is settling down and just breathing now. And like stiffening in a dawning horror of what just happened.
Like I said, put on a strong face. No one has to know.
This never happened.
I didn't see it.
Neither did I.
And she just kind of stands up very awkwardly. And then actually she pauses and she turns around actually and she looking at you, Kanari. She's like, "You're from Tal, right?
Yeah.
Did you believe in Taylor?"
I did once. Or at least, I still may, I don't know. Just not the version of him that you all do.
What does that mean?
From what I've seen of the Tollans who serve him, either he's a terrible god, or you guys have a very bad interpretation of him. I've seen a lot of terrible things done in his name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess same, but if you've ever like read his teachings and stuff, they're not bad.
Unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to read many things.
Oh, sorry.
He kind of chuckles. It's fine.
And
I don't have it, but I could read it to you sometime.
I like that, I think.
But as I was, well, okay, well, you don't believe in him then, or you don't think you do, or Ahura does, right? He said that.
I believe that is what he said. Yes.
Huh. I don't know. Never mind. And she turns around and walks away.
Just kind of shrug and be like, I'm undecided, and let her walk away, and then,
Nemo, are you doing anything? You have been watching this conversation between Karhale and the chief and all of that.
Yeah, I'm watching the what's her face? I keep thinking her name's Azula. I can't remember her actual name.
Who?
The shaman.
Oh, Lassie.
Lassie. I don't know why. The Z just always messes with me.
Lassie.
I am observing her very closely on any sort of spell she casts, any sort of ritual, anything she does to the.
So far, she hasn't done anything beyond the spell she was using last night that you'd seen on Karhale. Yeah, nothing as of now. She seems to be setting out implements and different ritual pieces and such around Karhale on a little rolled mat on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond that, she hasn't done anything. She's still waiting for Wenqing.
Okay, yeah, I'm just observing. That is
Okay.
my
Okay, so then Anala, are you doing anything presently? After watching Atol's little breakdown.
I turn to Kanari and I say, you got some pretty interesting friends. What's with this mission? Kidnapping?
Well, I mean, we got kidnapped by the Tao. You kind of saw that happen, right?
I think you might be referring to something else.
That's what I'm referring. I don't know what you're referring to.
I don't know. Last time y'all were arguing, it sounded like something completely different to me.
Oh, well,
But you don't have to tell me, I
Karhale has some that evil artifact around her neck. She's a little bit crazy, if you ask me.
that stings.
Karhale, you sneeze like someone's talking bad behind your back.
Are ears burning?
Yup.
Yeah. Yeah. My ears are always red.
Are you sick? Your ears are turning red.
What's you? Why have you been here so long? It seems like it's not terribly hard to escape for one person if you're sneaky.
Well, I was searching for something, and well, was thrown off track, unfortunately.
Oh, that's right. You want that sword, right?
Yeah, I do need that sword more than anything at the moment.
Well, maybe if we can all get out of here, then you can break away for the temple.
Let's hope so. This has been a big roadblock on my journey, if I do say so myself.
That sucks, but if we're getting out of here, we probably can get you out of here too.
If Nemo, at this point you're still kind of between Karhale, Ahura, and the shaman and people and stuff. But as you're kind of just standing there watching the shaman and closely watching her, you hear a voice in your mind, and a familiar one, and it's, "Why, hello, Nemazine, my favorite of my hirelings. Oh, but main question. This is a check-in, of course. But what are you guys calling yourselves right now?
I was
It
like, wait
seems
a
that
second,
you.
he's not.
I know. I was.
I was like, he's not a warlock or something, is he?
It's you seems to have picked up a couple of extra personnel or something. Who knows who they are? But I guess if they help you get to, well, where I sent you, it
Quit
doesn't really
jabbering.
matter to me. Oh yes, sorry, keeping track. What are you guys calling yourselves? Someone just asked me what to call you, and I don't know. What would you prefer?
We're not some jolly traveling circus.
Of course not. That's a horrible name. Jolly traveling circus. Oh, well, circus. Jolly traveling. No, it just doesn't roll off the tongue. Try again.
It doesn't have a good ring to it, one might say. But maybe 3 good rings to it.
It has a definite feel, but it's not quite the vibe I think your group gives off.
Why are you coming to me?
Because I want to check in on my favorite magical boy. How are you doing, by the way? Is the magic eating away at you as it had been? Is it worse?
I was doing better with you weren't here.
I'm not here. You can't see me, can you? Or maybe you can. I don't know. Have you developed that far yet?
Get out of my head.
My, so moody. Well, I guess you are still in, what, high school? Side note, you better hurry back. Your school semester's gonna start up soon. Yes.
I wonder whose fault it is that I can't get back.
Oh, don't blame me, young man. You agreed to working with me. Well, to an extent. But, nonetheless, I'll ask someone else for your party name. And at that, it's the presence in your mind is gone. And then Karhale, as you're still Loasi is setting up stuff around you, and you're just kind of chilling there, waiting. You even see Wenching in the distance coming up, and you're like, "Oh crap, here we go again." And then you hear a voice. So Karhale, what do you think? A name for the group? Also, do you think pink curtains versus yellow curtains are better, or should I just stick with my old blue?
What in the actual living heck?
Yes, do you not recognize my voice? Should I introduce myself again? Are you that short-term in your memory?
No, but why? Why are you in my head?
Because I have to check in on all of you. You are my, well, maybe curselings is the more accurate term, but... I mean, I didn't want you all to die. I would never get my Aelphis back now, would I? Not that I can do much from here. You are kind of out of my, should we say, domain.
I mean, that's fair.
And just know, the farther into Tal you get, the, well, less likely these little positive check-ins will be. They seem to have, barriers within their major cities.
Motivation to get there as fast as we can.
Of course, dear. That's what I'm here for. So please, pink, yellow. Which one? Oh, and a name.
First of all, blue. Second of all,
that is what I was thinking too, yes?
I hate you.
Third,
Oh, don't worry. The feeling is mutual with a lot of people.
Third of all, I actually did have a name. Because, I don't know.
Perfect. Well, I'm waiting.
Well,
Oh no, don't put that there, please. Please move it. Sorry, not you. Yes. Name?
well, in my language, it's Sasigna Enar. But in common, it's the marked ones.
The marked ones.
That is very much a sarcastic jab towards you, slightly bitter.
Oh, I am all for the sarcastic jabs, Karhale. That's all I live for, honestly. My whole persona is a sarcastic jab at my own father. Hold on, I'll just double check. And then Kanari, you hear a voice in the back of your head that says, the marked ones. Kanari, what do you think?
Is that your favorite book?
Oh, well, honestly, if you guys were a book, I would definitely read it. I might skip a few pages here and there, you all. A little boring sometimes when I check in, but, yes, the marked ones, your book, your story, you, the three of you. Oh, well, 5, 6, 6, is it? Are you keeping the child around? She's quite a handful, it seems.
She definitely is. No more than
Also,
you.
That's fair, quite fair.
Also,
The name, opinions, thoughts,
I mean,
answers.
I suppose it's fitting.
That's what I was thinking. Karhale, good woman.
It's a little cliche if you ask.
On the nose,
but
isn't it?
That stinks! Come on!
Well,
I
we'll
love you,
have it as the
Aaron.
working
Isabel to
name.
Aaron loves you. What?
Uh-huh.
The working title. Perhaps you can work on it amongst yourselves. Please do. If you all go down in infamy.
Rachel died.
Oh no! Maybe her phone died.
But we will definitely see. Talk about it amongst yourselves. Get back to
It's
me at
more
some
apt
point
than
next
you
time I
need
get
to
back
know,
to
I
you, of
suppose.
course. Keep on track. You're doing quite well. You've gotten a lot farther than I would have thought you'd get by this point. Yes,
Thanks for
capital
the vote of
city.
confidence.
6 months, 5 and a half left. And yes. Good job. Don't get the child killed or let her get you killed. Your interesting little native. He's interesting. Definitely useful, I'm sure. And the new one. She seems almost familiar. I don't know. Can't quite put my finger on it. I feel like I've met her. I don't know. We'll see. Have a great day. And then he's gone.
Can't get a word in edgewise with that one.
And that Kanari Atoll is kind of standing off a bit from you, and she turns to you. She's like, "What?"
Oh, just thoughts, rememberings, nothing important.
And Ty is like, "What just happened, Kanari?"
You didn't hear him?
No, I guess he was talking to you.
I'm really trying to figure out how the connection whole thing works, but that's beside the point. Anyway.
He actually contacted me a couple days ago about like what colors are my favorite colors, and I told him yellow and pink. So,
did he?
But that was like it.
How does he know who you are?
Oh, side note. She got kicked out, and she's waiting to get let back in.
Oh. Nathan, why would you kick out Rachel?
That's
messed
so funny.
up.
He contacted her for.
Well, no,
I'm sorry.
I texted her and asked if she was dead, and she said the Wi-Fi kicked her out.
Hi, you're alive.
Hi. My
Hello.
Wi-Fi is so bad.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I honestly missed like the past 5 minutes, so
Sorry, it was just continued conversation with this guy, and now Ty Kanari's something is speaking to her and has apparently been in contact with Raiden. And yeah, so well, he met me before.
Before when? You don't go very far from me, you know.
True. You were there back when we both knew him.
What? You keep talking about knowing him. What are you talking about?
Before you woke up.
Oh, when I was
Before you
unconscious, he
came
talked
back.
to you?
You weren't unconscious for most of it.
I don't remember any of that.
So you guys are all missing an amount of time, right? Nemo's missing a couple weeks.
Oh,
Carhali, you're
yeah.
missing about a month. Kanori, you're missing 3
Gotcha.
months.
Yeah.
She's saying you were not asleep for most of it.
How come I don't remember any of it?
He didn't want you to. He kind of waved his hand and you didn't.
What did he do to me?
He waved his hand and you didn't remember that time period anymore?
I mean, what did he do? Like, what happened during that time period?
Well, when you guys... Well, okay, so what happened is when you woke up... And she's gonna roll a intelligence.
Come on, Ty.
Oh! Not good enough. Sorry. I was like, oh, it's above a 10! But, no. I don't know what's stopping me from saying, but I can't.
Why does he keep doing that? So you know what happened. Was it bad?
It wasn't bad. Oh, I can say this. You liked him. I mean, like, not liked him, but, like, you thought he was okay.
During those couple of months that I was... Was I brainwashed?
You weren't brainwashed. Oh, okay, I can't... He saved your life. You know, back in the desert, and, like, you're about to die in the sand and stuff. He came in and, like...
kidnapped me.
Yeah, that's true, I guess. But, I mean, he explained what happened. He explained that... well, he explained things, and then... You were wary for the first, like, month, but, like, not as bad after.
That's really weird, Ty. I'm not gonna lie. This weirds me out a lot more than if I'd just been unconscious. I don't like not remembering. That's okay.
I'm just saying, he's not like a bad guy. He's weird, but like, I don't know. At least, yeah.
If you say he didn't do anything bad, to me, I guess that's good. And anyway, if you get the chance to say it, I'd love to figure that out. But how often does he talk to you?
Not that often. Maybe about 3 times now. It's always just something really random.
Okay.
Yeah. I told him my favorite color the other day, and then he asked me about whether dogs were better than turtles. Before that, he said what if I knew any like card games, but I don't play cards, and we didn't really have cards back in Delcor, so.
Okay. You liked him, you say?
I thought he was okay. Plus he could see me, so that was cool.
I don't know how, but I'm sure
me
that
either,
was
honestly.
cool for you.
He's different, I guess. Powerful.
He must
yeah.
be.
He was nice to me. Which is
well, don't go get
not different, but you know. No one's ever anything to me, so it was
Excuse
nice.
you, I'm right here.
No. Besides you, I mean.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Yeah, now I'm weirded out even more. That's really weird. But anyway.
So you guys have been oh no, Kanari, you're kind of on your own. What is everyone doing? So Karhale Wenjing's about to come over. Is anyone else doing anything?
No, I'm just gonna. Uhura's still there, right?
Yeah.
Just gonna look over him.
Has food gotten to us at this point?
Yeah, food would have been brought over, dispersed to you guys. Simple fare, meat, and what seems to be a flat cake of some sort.
I'm gonna look over to Uhura. That was a very stressful conversation. I think I might throw up. I'm not built for diplomacy.
That is fair. I don't know that I'm built for anything. But I tried to help where I could.
Well, you're good with the nature magic and stuff. I wish I could be better at that.
Maybe someday.
Yeah. That would be cool.
But right now we need to focus on getting that off of you.
Do you think I made the right?
Go ahead.
Do you think I made the right decision?
I think that there are times that push us beyond right and wrong. There are times when we have to do what it takes to survive, no matter how abominable to our own likings. Unfortunately, I think we have found one of those.
Choosing between bad or worse.
Right.
Lovely.
This gets you home at least, and gives us time to think of what to do.
I'll be honest, I thought about this situation all week and I walked into this still not knowing what to do. And I didn't know what I was going to do until 2 minutes before I did it.
Hard choices, dilemmas, and blame the DM guide. It was like, you should give your players dilemmas, like choosing between two bad options and blah 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 blah. A lot of things in there. It was really cool.
The guy with the fun accent on Instagram.
No, like the
DM
literal
guide.
DM. Sorry, Maddie. The DM manual.
I'll
book.
send you
The classic one.
the fun European accent DM guy that I like.
I know exactly who you're talking about. I love that guy.
DM. I love him so much.
Oh, I know what you're talking. The great GM guy, the great GM or something. Guide to being a great GM. I appreciate him. Too. And yes,
That's
I
a
definitely watch
different
a lot of
one,
his videos.
Liz. He's cool too, but the one
Yeah.
Eric's talking about is like he's just on Instagram and he's like young.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
He's
No.
young. Yeah.
More Eastern European. How to be a
Gotcha.
Great GM is my favorite, but
Mhm.
he's YouTube really.
Gotcha. So as you
Anyways.
guys are talking about this Karhale and Ahura, you do hear Loasi, she's kind of been eavesdropping on you guys. She's right there. But she kind of, I can appreciate your concern both ways, Miss Karhale. But you should know that, well, whenever power is applied either which way, people will get hurt sometimes. Even if you're in the right, doing what is right, people may still get hurt. Sometimes fewer people may be hurt, but people will still be hurt. And if you don't make the choice, more will be hurt.
You just see kind of a memory flash across Ahura's eyes, and then he just drops his head.
You both seem to be of an upright stature. If people like you had been able to, well, there's no point in thinking of what ifs. And at that, when Ching arrives, and she hands you a little a wooden mug of something that is pretty much steaming still, a little cold at this point. But she goes, drink that. It should be able to give you a bit of a clearer connection to yourself. And not be able to, not as swayed by magical means.
At this point, Kanari runs by and grabs it. Tea! I'm just kidding.
Run! Dashes in the distance. You're too slow to catch her. Dang it, happens every
Oh
time.
gosh.
No, I will drink it.
So as you down it, mark down that for the next hour, you will have advantage on saving throws against magical control. Whatever form that may take. But yes, just the next hour. And yeah, so then from there she's going to set up a little ritual around you. Your sitting spot. She actually pushes you to sit on the floor. And she starts setting up a little ritual to circle around you. A lot of it is herbs, different kinds of sticks and rocks in a specific formation. And it seems like she's making some sort of symbol, but it's not reminiscent of anything any of you have seen thus far. Ahura, you are familiar with the different magical styles of every tribe. Like not that you're familiar with each one, but you're familiar with the idea that they're all dramatically different.
Mm-hmm.
And so you immediately understand that she's from some other tribe.
Sure.
Not the Ati, not the Dao. Probably one of the smaller. The big four, they are the big four, so there are multiple others interspersed. But she must be from one of those, is what you immediately understand. And as she's setting this up, she looks up at you, Karahale, and says, This may hurt. Might sting a little. And she's going to pour oil at the center. You're at the center. She pours oil over your head. And it's just this black substance that starts dripping down your hair, on your clothes and stuff.
My hair.
My apologies. And then she's going to.
That was Aaron being sarcastic.
And she's going to say a few words under her breath, words that no one recognizes. Does anyone speak Sylvan in the near vicinity?
Ooh, hold up 1 second. Let me check on that.
Nemo?
I do.
I might have taken Sylvan.
Nemo, you understand as she mutters these words. You hear.
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay, cool. You both hear. Let us break the connection, and everything for you, Karahale. Actually, there's almost a pulse of energy that's not visible to any of you guys that slams into you guys a little bit, and it's a pressure that's not quite physical, but just pressure that hits you. And some of you guys might even step back a little bit. It's unnerving.
In Sylvan, can I say, is there any way I can help?
She doesn't answer.
Okay,
And she's kind of
already in the
lost
spell.
to it.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, so that pulse hits Karahale. You're immediately back in the black expanse around you, and you are in the form that your soul takes. And you see, instead of at a distance from you, right in front of you, the crookedly smiling, now semi-familiar figure. What is happening out there?
Is it like a Cheshire cat thing where it's like a smile and something in the darkness, or is it an actual person?
The first time she saw this smile, it was. Now it's a little bit more normal, like taking on more of a human form, this person. And now you can almost make out features, like sharp, angular features. You can't quite tell what color their eyes are, seemingly more masculine. He has black hair, long, disheveled. And you see blood, actually, on his person, but not ghastly either. Yeah, what's happening out there? I'm feeling a bit of tugging.
Well, sorry about this, but I'm afraid they've given me no choice.
Everything shakes around you, trembles. And he's like, that's different.
I do have a
Okay.
question before the connection we have is gone.
And as you're saying this, he's slowly drifting a little farther, but go ahead. Yeah, shoot. I'm kind of stuck.
If you would destroy the Stygian again, what would you do different?
Like how?
Yeah, how you failed to destroy it. If you were going to try again, what would you do?
It was kind of a using its own power against it kind of thing, and he's growing farther away. The voice is almost like getting quieter and quieter as this is happening. He goes, I mean, if I could try again, I'd definitely just throw it into a volcano. I'm sure there's like magical spells that are powerful enough to break this sort of thing. Like, okay, actually, divine, and then it cuts out. And now everything is black. No one is there with you in this expanse. Go ahead and roll me a at advantage. Roll a d6 first, sorry.
Would it disrupt the spell if I tried to cast guidance? Would I know something like that?
Roll an arcana check.
That's 3.
Okay, I don't know. That was a natural 5, so
5?
I just won't do it.
Gotcha. You get the sense that sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. You're not quite sure about this one, especially since you've never seen this one before.
Yep.
Carholly, what'd you get?
A 3.
A 3? Okay. So, you feel a pressure at the inside of your body that's spreading out throughout the rest of your body. Cold, hot, everything is slamming into you at once. And you feel the need to push through it. And that would sever the connection that you have with this. And you realize in that moment that Xian Wei, that form of him, whatever it was exactly of him, the echo maybe, isn't the seal itself. He's as much trapped in this as you are. Or at least whatever part of him it is. And you realize at once that this sentience, the mind of this amulet is completely its own. And the feeling of that Cheshire cat smile from before is again in front of you as you are going to fight through this. Go ahead and roll your con save.
We like con saves.
At advantage. Right?
Yeah. At advantage?
Mm-hmm.
That's not any better. But it's still a 22. Bro, I got +5. I got +5 to all of my. No, I rolled a 17 and then I rolled a 16. I got a +5 to con saves. Nice. I'm pretty much guaranteed to not fail unless I roll super low.
You see this smile stretching before you, going as far as the eye can see, as far as your mind's eye can see in every direction. And it's disturbing, and then it cracks and shifts, cracking, crumbling until everything shatters around you. And you feel almost empty. And then you're back in the center of this circle of people. Luasi looking down at you with a furrowed brow and kind of concern. Wenqing looking at you with a more contemplative, clinical gaze, and the rest of your friends on with curiosity. And you feel detached, but it's still around your neck.
I'll try to take it off.
And you hear screams, but it comes off. Screaming, pain, as long as you're holding it.
And I'll set it down on the ground.
Mm-hmm. And Wenqing is, well, I thought that would take longer. You guys were all there for about 5 minutes or so, just watching Karhale twitching.
I didn't. You said we didn't recognize what the symbol was on the ground, right?
The symbol, you do not recognize it. No.
Can I copy it down? Just draw it out.
Do you have a pen and paper?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Are you using the quill or are you using a different set of writing utensils and stuff?
I'll use the quill, sure.
As you pick it up, you do hear, moron. Oh my goodness. What are you doing? Stop touching me right now.
I'm gonna squeeze you, little man.
Oh, you think you can break me like that? Okay. People have tried and failed long where you came in here, buddy. And as it's just yelling at you in your ear, you write, and the ink as you're drawing this out kind of goes in between being visible and invisible. And then visible and invisible until it's like, what are you even trying to do here, buddy? What are your drawing skills are the worst. Okay, you should honestly just give this pen to someone else who can actually write. Please.
You're clearly causing this.
I am doing
even
nothing.
harder.
I can't even move myself. If I had, would I be with you right now? No, I'd be far across somewhere better.
The more he talks, the more I get frustrated and like dig harder into the paper.
Oh yeah. Ruin the quill just because he can't take a little heat, and it continues on from there as it's kind of wavering in between visibility, and once you finish, you get the sense of like maybe you could have chosen whether it were invisible or visible, but you don't quite know how to do that yet.
Ooh.
But it settles on visible, and you have the drawn inked drawing in front of you. Yeah. Is anyone else doing anything? Karhale, you're still kind of like dazed, actually. Go ahead and roll me a d12, please.
I don't know what a d12 looks like. I found it. 3.
Isn't that your damage die?
Lucky
No,
you.
mine's a d10.
That's our hit die.
It's my hit die, which I never use.
You take 5 points of psychic damage.
That's not.
And you feel the set like just a nosebleed start dripping down your face.
Could have been worse.
That could have been much worse for you. I have expected something to explode, and that's from Wenqing, who's sitting in front of you with just that clinical gaze.
You expected me to explode, and you still did it.
Not necessarily explode, but something to burst. Congratulations. You've been separated. Well then. And she goes to reach to touch it and everything. Okay. So she picks up a cloth and she wraps it in a cloth.
Okay, there you go. I need you to know, Xian Wei, the last person to use this, the one who tried to destroy it, his spirit is still in there. And I spoke to him twice. Once early this morning and once just now.
I wonder if maybe that was just your own mind.
My own mind couldn't come up with something like that. I'm not a creative person.
Karhale, I think that's enough.
I couldn't have fabricated something like that. I asked him if he tried to destroy the
Carole, I don't think we need to explain anything more about it. They have the Stygian.
Well, I'd like them to destroy it, so I'd like to give them what the previous owner recommended as he failed. He said if he were to try again, he'd try to throw it in a volcano, or he'd try spell divine something, but the connection was severed then. But divine something, if that means anything to you as an arcanist.
There are many things that could imply, and I will keep this in mind. Miss Carhale, you should know that the Tao may be many things. They've never been one to forego a possible advantage over their enemies. That is why they are the Tao. I appreciate the desire for a lack of bloodshed, but the fact you are handing this to them, well, I don't see a path where it doesn't lead to such. And she kind of turns away, like wrapping it up.
Before she leaves, I'd like to walk up to her and ask her what the mixture was that she poured on Carhale.
The mixtures of my own making, many different mixtures. Some of them herbs and some of them magical ingredients that I've collected over my travels and through the Tao's far reach. Multiple of the ingredients are from the Ati. I could roll a. Actually, she's like, I probably shouldn't tell you about it though. So, you can roll a persuasion check if you want to continue asking.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll ask. 5.
5. She kind of goes. Well, they are tribe secrets. My tribe. I would not share them with the Tao, nor will I you. It is nothing personal, just legacy.
Then would you be able to tell me what the ritual was that you just performed?
Well, I call it, the severing.
Okay.
I had made it far back. My tribe has picked up relics here and there, or had, past tense, here and there, for their own use, and sometimes relics of a time such as the Dark Years have a grasp on the individuals that take them up. This ritual has helped. It does damage the user, though. A strong individual will not suffer too greatly, but the weak ones, some did not make it.
He's gonna kill me.
Thank you. And where are you taking the...
In all honesty, Carhale, they were of the mind that if they couldn't get it off of you alive, then if
they
you
were
dead,
gonna kill me. I figured that.
It
Yeah.
would come off.
Well, dang.
And one last thing. So where are you taking the Stygian now?
That is none of your concern, is it?
I mean, we gave it to you. We've given it freely. We're not obviously trying to keep it. I was just wondering.
Well, you may continue to wonder. And she turns to walk away.
Okay, I will put my hand on her shoulder and thank her. And as
you get into her vicinity, kind of thing, into her general, she turns with a twitch of, like, just a movement of the hand and brushes your hand away, and you see a flash of glinting light off of a long needle between her fingers. She goes, "Was there something you wanted?" And it glints.
what does it look like?
It's just a long needle.
Okay. I will No,
She's looking at you like
nothing.
so deep into your gaze right now.
Nothing further, thank you.
And she nods and continues on, and you see the glint of the needle still within her fingertips as she walks away.
As soon as she turns, I'd like to hijack her.
Okay. Go ahead. It's a save, right?
Yes, charisma save.
Wenching, man. Natural 20.
Nice.
Oof.
She does pass.
You throw the little fishing line of energy to attach to her, but it's almost like warded off by some haze around her.
I look at Karhale and kind of just give like a half grimace, half smile. Let's get everybody together then. I look at Ahura and nod at him as well.
I did want to talk to Loazi for a second.
To who?
Yes,
Oh, that-
Loazi is there cleaning up the circle. And she hands you a damp towel to try to wipe off the oil. Or whatever the substance was.
Yeah, I'll start doing that. I know the Tao think concern for others is weakness, but at this point, I don't really care. The Stygian will be the downfall of your tribe. And I would hate to see that happen.
As would I, Karhale. I'd be more worried about you and your group, whatever you call yourselves.
We haven't settled on anything yet.
She kind of squints. I believe this is, well, the end of our interaction. I wish you the best. But at that moment, though, you do see multiple warriors kind of filtering in, coming from the direction that Wenqing went. She might have reported that they were successful. Coming towards you guys. And yeah, so they start kind of watching you guys, and there's maybe about 8 of them. Not surrounding you guys, just kind of near you.
We're in 2 different areas, right? So like they're going to
That's true.
Karhale is.
That's true. Where Karhale is. Kanari, what are you and Anala up to?
I mean, Kanari's kind of getting a little impatient, but she's trying to she's practicing with her katana and her bow, just kind of trying to keep her, like, exercise, keep herself moving, something like that, while she's waiting.
Atoll actually, as you've been practicing, she kind of comes up, not near you, but like at a distance, and also starts practicing some sort of sword drills. Not sword drills, spear drills. With a spear that she has. There are no swords. But they seem, Anala, as you see these sword drills happening, they seem to be more fitted for a sword itself rather than a spear. But they are drills nonetheless.
Well, I was gonna say after. Oh, okay. Are we surrounded by a lot of trees?
There are no trees in your near vicinity. There are smaller ones off in the distance. You're more of in a rocky landscape than a tree landscape, forest landscape. There's bushes and growth here and there, but for the most part, there's like rock outcroppings, maybe a taller rock here and there offering shade, stuff like that, and then the houses themselves.
Oh, okay.
The huts, rather.
How tall are the trees?
The trees are pretty far off from you.
Okay.
But the the huts, they go up to about maybe a 2-story height, give or take, and then some of the rock outcroppings go up even a little taller here and there.
Oh, okay. Then never mind. Scratch
So
that.
maybe up to about 3 stories height.
And then she's going to exit the tent, and she's just gonna kind of, I guess, try and scavenge for any food she can find.
You find food easily enough. From the food that was given to you before as well, it was a good amount. You see discarded like baskets of leftover food of those like the bread cake things, and you can definitely collect different amounts. You can get a sack worth of leftover food.
Sack worth. Okay.
Cool. Huda, are you presently wanting to do anything?
So right now, all I see is like warriors filing into like the general vicinity.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna wait it out, feel out what they're doing.
Okay. So as they continue coming in, you see it comes to about 10 now, lined up apart from you guys, and then you see the younger Baolo from before, the man who had been speaking for the chieftain before, and Huda and Konari fought. He comes forward and he's kind of looking at you all with just a derisive distaste. He goes, well, we have what we want. Seems that, well, there's no further use for you.
I had one more thing to say to Lilezi.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put my hand on her shoulder and kind of say to her aside, Grandmother, my words are in mercy, kindness. Your tribe's survival depends on how you heed them. And I'll give her a nod of respect as I leave.
Okay. She nods back, and she actually kind of like, she gets this sad look across her face as she watches you step away. And then she kind of just straightens up, and the look is gone from her face. And she turns, says to Paolo that the work is finished. We can free them as was agreed upon. And he goes, well, thing was, the agreement had been more of a to see what happens the next morning, you see. And, well, the chieftain hasn't quite said what will happen yet. And Loasi, she kind of stiffens a little bit and starts to move away. And Baolo's lets her kind of just go off. And she disappears into the next, behind a couple of the huts. And Baolo turns to you guys. And Kanari, are you up with them yet? They're all kind of near you. They're not like super far from you.
All right,
if you're
we kind of meander that way, I guess. After a while, we're not like.
Mm-hmm. If you would have been like outside of the tent or even inside the tent, you would have had one of the toughs basically come into the room and like tell you guys, like motion you guys out and whatnot. And as you guys are kind of being herded over here to the center, you guys are seeing like a lot of the faces that are around. People are kind of tense a little bit, looking at you guys, kind of looking askance at you guys, actually kind of almost concerned looks, but no one's gonna get involved, kind of thing. And as you guys are being pushed forward, Kanari, Atoll, actually the tough grabs kind of the scruff of Atoll's neck, like the back of her tunic and stuff. She's like, hey, and trying to kind of shrug it off, but he's not letting go. But you guys get kind of pushed forward.
Does Anala get Like
Yes,
motion
yes,
to
you
go
would
to?
be
Okay.
motioned in. Mhm.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was looking at a spell. What exactly is going on? I feel like I missed something. Why are people being pushed?
They're moving us, who were over by the tent, to where you guys were.
Okay.
And then they're being all tense, like the chief hasn't said they can be set free yet. You know, Balo seems like he's got evil intentions for us.
Okay.
You can see him sliding his hands.
Then I will throw up my hands and just say, "No, wait a second," and kind of just, wave them, just kind of generally to grab the attention of everyone.
No tricks, druid man. From Paolo as he kind of like is looking at you, but you can continue doing what you're doing.
Yeah, no tricks. I actually then kind of like level my hands, my one hand just kind of in his general direction, um, and say, you know that the Tao's word is his truth. I am sure that it is well within the heart of the leaders here to follow through on that word. And cast Charm Person.
Ooh, okay,
That is a Wisdom save.
okay. Let's see. That's a 4.
Okay. Okay. That he does not succeed.
What does the spell do?
All right. 1 second.
And also, actually, do we want to continue and keep playing, guys, or do we want to stop here? We are at 5 hours.
I don't care.
I know
It does not matter to me. It's up to everybody
We can
else.
wrap up this. Like
Yeah.
maybe, yeah.
Oh, this'll extend into a new thing. So.
Oh shoot.
Were we on the verge of being like let go, and then now it's like
Oh my god.
Not necessarily. You don't know. You'll never know.
I'll never know.
Paolo is a suspicious character, though. But yeah, who knows what was gonna happen. But yeah, so he has failed his save, and if we want to continue, we can, or we can start from here next session.
Okay.
Yeah, we can just start from here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a good stopping point after that. So
It works, yeah.
Okay.
Not that I want to stop, but
For reference,
Mhm.
what happens is he is charmed until the spell ends, and he regards us as a friendly acquaintance, or regards me as a friendly acquaintance.
Okay, friendly acquaintance.
Does he get
And-
advantage on that save because we're not friends with him?
Not
No?
by the rules as written.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
If he were in combat, I think maybe.
I think maybe I don't know.
Yeah, it's something like that. I know combat is, but I couldn't remember if
It's like hostile.
They
kind of
they
thing.
hold
He's
really
not
high
quite
to the
hostile.
acquaintance friendly, unfriendly enemy kind of thing, which was weird.
Mhm.
But
yeah, okay, so we'll start from here. Failed save. Yeah, he's in the presence of multiple individuals, all of whom are generally aware of druidic capabilities and such. But yeah, we'll start from here next week, guys. I had a lot of fun. Nathan, you can stop the reel.
the live stream.